pressure. Throwing on the run, Swilling with his second interception.
Those nationally ranked defenses will face a pair of option quarterbacks today. Sean Jones of Georgia Tech, who has run for 6 and passed for 4 more touchdowns. Numbers that are equally matched by the Tigers' junior signal caller, Deshaun Cameron. Clemson has the added plus of freshman Ronald Williams, who, while making just his 4th collegiate start here today, already knows about the big play in the big game. Someone will be soaked with success when it's over.
Sports presents the best in regional college football, the Atlantic Coast Conference. Today's game is brought to you by the Jefferson Pilot Life Insurance Company. For insurance and financial services, better call JP. By Coors Light, the one that won't slow you down. The Silver Bullet is the right beer now. By the airline of ACC country, Delta. We love to fly, and it shows. By MCI's Prime Time Plan. Real savings 24 hours a day. And by Buick, the new symbol for quality in America.
We are live at Bobby Dodd Stadium in Atlanta, and JP Sports presents Atlantic Coast Conference football. This afternoon, undefeated Georgia Tech is hosting once-beaten Clemson in a key conference matchup. The excitement level is very, very high this afternoon. We welcome you to Atlanta. I'm John Sanders along with Jack Corrigan, and we're looking at 2 defenses that give up touchdowns about as often as Atlanta hosts Olympics. They are very, very stingy. As a matter of fact, both are ranked in the top 5 nationally in total defense, scoring defense, rushing defense, pass defense efficiency. The problem for the quarterbacks is going to be getting their teams in the end zone.
But how many times in college football have we seen matchups like this with great defenses that turn out to be, well, I don't want to say high-scoring affairs, but in which the offense does more than we anticipate, and certainly the quarterbacks will be responsible for that to happen. For Clemson junior quarterback Deshaun Cameron played a very fine ball game, maybe his best job yet in the Tiger uniform last week when they destroyed the Georgia Bulldogs. He really has a flair for running that triple option attack of Kenny Hatfield. If Cameron is good, so too is sophomore quarterback Sean Jones of Georgia Tech. He was outstanding as Georgia Tech rolled over Maryland in the game we broadcast last week. He might have a little more versatility than Cameron does. Sean Jones perhaps throws the ball a little bit better, and when you have 2 great defenses, John, obviously you have to throw it a little bit to be successful.
You can see the look of anticipation in the quarterback's eyes. It's being called the biggest college football game in Atlanta in 20 years. Both teams know how important it is. We'll be right back.
I mean, whatever happens in the game, win or lose, you will remember every play in the ball game. And whatever, you remember the one you made that won the ball game. You'll remember another guy making a big play, and so we ask them before the game, go on and picture in yourself, in your mind, already succeeding and already enjoying the feeling of winning the game.
It's ever so tough being ranked #1 and not being rank. Playing the game without getting gamey. What assists me is Right Guard Sports Stick from Gillette with its maximum protection and aromatically airy scents. It's the essence of good gamesmanship. After all, when one is capable of home runs, why play foul? Right Guard Sports Stick, deodorant and antiperspirant. Anything less would be uncivilized.
I can't wait till I retire. You know why? I'm going to Africa. There's this one small area there where the lions sleep in the trees. You know why? To get away from this tiny ant. Gets in their fur, drives them wild. So they sleep in the trees. When I retire, I really want to see that. Then they've got these gazelles. Leap 30 feet at a time. You know why? Lions get hungry.
Jefferson Pilot, Insurance and Financial Services.
I'm minding my own business, and this guy on the phone is chewing my ear up about how I have to leave MCI and come back to AT&T. He's going on about how important I am to him. I'm wondering, I never felt important to AT&T before I left. It's like, can you give me savings like MCI? Can you guarantee I'll be happy with my service like MCI? So this guy says, all you got to do is switch. So I say, all you got to do is just give me the facts. Can you beat what I get with MCI? And this guy says, nothing.
Don't get pressured by AT&T. Get the facts. A company can learn a lot in 125 years. Valvoline has. You learn in the lab, you learn on the road, you learn on the racetrack. As you learn, you make your product better. And better and better. Today's Valvoline will keep your engine cleaner than ever before. And cleaner means more protection against engine wear. 125 years of quality. That's why people who know use Valvoline.
The team that is able to cross the goal line and into the end zone and wins this football game might do it because of one key factor, and that would be field position. The Tigers set to come on the field. Let's go down below to that goal line that both teams will be looking for today, where Mike Hogwood is standing by. Mike?
Well, John, you talked about the fact that it's going to be tough for either team to cross this goal line and score a touchdown today. That puts even more importance on the kicking game. And when you talk about the Clemson Tigers, you're talking about one of the best field goal kickers in America in junior Chris Gardocki. 51-yard field goals in his career, 10 this season. 4 last week against Georgia. That was a Clemson school record. It will be tough to beat Chris Gardocki in the field goal department. But Georgia Tech has a good kicker as well, and Scott Siston. He's been very accurate this year, 40 yards and in. Both teams have been very, very good in special team play. They have been great on kickoff returns, recovering fumbled punts. The special teams will be a big factor in today's game. And I'll also tell you guys one thing. I have not heard this stadium this loud and this electric. People say it hasn't been like this in years. It will be a big factor in today's game as well, the crowd.
Both teams are set to come on the field, and we are just about set for football. It is a sellout. They've had to turn media people away. It's standing room only for the Bowl Scouts. The Tigers are here. The Yellow Jackets are here. It is a key ACC matchup this afternoon in Atlanta, Georgia. We'll have the opening kickoff from Bobby Dodd Stadium in just a minute.
You don't ever feel good about yourself unless you put forth your best effort. And you know better than anybody else whether or not you have. So let's go out, put forth our best effort, have a good time, enjoy it, the atmosphere of it, the opportunity to compete against a great program like Clemson, and let's just let the chips fall where they may.
I was enjoying my Halloween when she walked in. Nice can.
You have to help me find my party. What's your rate? 72 beats a minute. I just know that it's in a castle, and there's lots of Coors Light.
A castle like this?
That's it.
Get everything you need at Coors Light Halloween headquarters, because it isn't Halloween without the silver bullet.
You're a doll.
Stand out in your crowd. Show your true colors at the game, at home, wherever you go. An exclusive new design for each ACC school. Available only through this TV offer. Call 1-800-753-1ACC to order. And printed in official school colors and including school mascots, these items will not be sold in stores. Call right now. 1-800-753-1ACC. This is a free call. Licensed and approved by the ACC, this exclusive line is available in a full range of sizes. So if you root for the Yellow Jackets, or your...
Weekends are when you want it. News 7 is where you get it. More highlights, more interviews, more sports. More Redskins coverage with Frank Herzog, and your chance to make the call on the One Books Redskins Player of the Week. Tony Martinez gets you the score and more in our expanded Sports Saturday and Sports Sunday. Weekends at 11 on News 7.
Quite mild in Atlanta, Georgia this afternoon. The sun is trying to pop through on the Yellow Jackets and the Tigers. Some low early morning clouds. It's in the mid-60s. We expect it to go only to the low 70s. That's quite a change from when we were here about a month ago. Those are the game conditions. We get set for the renewal of a rivalry. And the last time two nationally ranked teams played at Grant Field, you have to go back to 1984 for Clemson and Georgia Tech. They are both ranked nationally this afternoon. Georgia Tech has won the toss. They have elected to receive Chris Gardocki. Mike talked about him, what a great kicker he is. He'll handle the kickoffs. Ken Swilling, the All-America candidate, will be the deep man in the middle.
Keep in mind that last year, Georgia Tech went up to Death Valley and beat the Tigers at their homecoming game, one of their two conference losses. They revenged their first loss of a year ago when they beat Duke in a telecast we brought you several weeks ago. They want this to be revenge number 2. It will not be as easy as revenge number 1.
You're exactly right, but almost every player that we talked to yesterday at practice brought up last year's homecoming loss. So they remember it well. Gardocki will put it in play. And we are underway. Swilling about 2 yards deep in the end zone. Will come out at the 10, the 15, the 20. He's got a little bit of a seam. Hit at the 25 and out to the 30-yard line. A 32-yard return. Shane Scott made the tackle. Georgia Tech will have decent field position for its first drive of the afternoon. Here is your Valvoline starting lineup. Sean Jones surrounded by Edwards and Scott in the backfield. Merchant and Rodriguez will be the wide receivers. Along that line, Jenkins, Lavin, Chubbs, Sifri, a veteran, Mooney, and Covington. Jenkins and Sifri are the veterans along that offensive line.
Ken Swilling took a pop. His helmet flew off on that tackle. Looked like he twisted a knee or an ankle a little bit. We'll have to see what his status is like on the sidelines.
And the backs are split. It's a passing formation. Rodriguez right. Now Merchant moves right in motion. With the football and only a 1-yard gain, Rob Bodine made the tackle on the tailback, T.J. Edwards.
When we broadcast the Clemson game a couple of weeks ago, that guy number 99, Rob Bodine, the ex-walk-on out of North Dakota, he has played very well. McLaughlin will play with Richard at tackle. Hammond, an outstanding linebacker group, one of the best in the country. Good secondary support. Dexter Davis, what a year he's having. 5 interceptions in 6 games.
Second down and 9. The gain was 1. This time they'll go out of the I formation. Play action fake. Jones pass is caught at the 45-yard line. Lester leaping high to make the catch, and it's a Georgia Tech first down. Dexter Davis made the tackle.
Well, one of the things that Georgia Tech needs to do to be successful is confuse the Clemson defense. See how they all rolled with the action? The bootleg, one of the key ingredients to the Bobby Ross package. And what a catch by Greg Lester, the junior out of Decatur, Georgia.
A 14-yard pickup. Lester has scored a couple of touchdowns. The ball is now at the 45, and again they'll go out of the I formation. At midfield, Edwards is knocked down by Lavon Kirkland.
Doug Brewster, one of the inside linebackers, number 92, as you look at Lavon Kirkland, number 44 there, who made the stop, but Brewster, 92, stunted on the play into the tackle gap. Watch Kirkland step up and make the tackle on Edwards, but Edwards did a good job of reading the hole and bouncing to the open space.
It is a gain of 6. Tech now in Clemson territory. Second down and 4. Merchant again is the motion man. Jones in trouble, gets away, and he's got room. 45, dancing out of bounds at the 39-yard line. Moving away from John Johnson, but when he rolled out, he had plenty of room, Jack, once he got by the first tackler.
It shows you the versatility, the quickness of Sean Jones, because John Johnson has outstanding quickness, but he was able to run around him. We mentioned about Ken Swilling's condition. Mike Hogwood has an update.
Well, guys, you see the trainer's taping his ankle right now. He says it's sore. He twisted it, but he says, guys, just tape it up real tight, because I'm going in there.
He's not going to miss this one.
He wants to play. The 39, first and 10, a drive that began at the Tech 30. Merchant again in motion. He and Lester the wide receivers. There's the option play. Spinning down to the 35 is Edwards. The tackle is made by the safety, Robert O'Neill.
If you are a student of option offense football, you are going to enjoy this game this afternoon, because Sean Jones and Deshaun Cameron run the option as well as any quarterbacks in the country. He wanted to go to his fullback Scott in there. Clemson blitzed into the option handoff. He went with a pitch instead and got positive yardage.
Jerry Gilchrist now, number 8, is in the lineup. So 3 wide receivers on the field in this formation for Georgia Tech. It's 2nd down and 6. And again, Edwards forward to near the 33-yard line, a gain of 2 more. Rob Bodine again from his nose guard position made the tackle.
Sets up the first 3rd down situation of the ball game. 3rd and medium distance. The 3rd and 4 setup. Georgia Tech a little less than 40% efficiency on 3rd down.
And they go to 2 tight ends, Covington and McKendry. Rodriguez is the wide receiver. He's split out wide to the right, and he starts in motion. Play action. Ball batted in the air and incomplete. About 4 different players had a shot at it. Henderson was there. They tried to go the short route and pick up the 1st down. It was not successful as he looked for the tight end.
He wanted to go to James McKendry at 6'5", just let him out jump, but he got this ball a little short. Jerome Henderson came up and broke it up, and then the ball bounced all over the place and was nearly picked off by Arlington Nunn before it hit the ground. That's Arlington Nunn there, number 39.
It will be a 50-yard field goal attempt for Scott Sisson. His longest was last week at 42. He has not shown a 50-yard leg this year. Here it is. And it is no good. So Clemson will take over at its own 33-yard line. Not quite enough leg for Sisson.
Virtually no wind here this afternoon at Bobby Dodd Stadium. And the edge in the field goal department, as Mike Hogwood mentioned, will go decidedly Clemson's way. Gardocki much stronger with that kicking leg as we get our first look at the Valvoline starting lineup for the Clemson Tigers, headed up by Deshaun Cameron and the fine freshman tailback Ronald Williams. Good offensive line led by Eric Harmon and Stacy Long on the right side.
Stacy Long coming back from arthroscopic knee surgery. The fullback is the first man through to the 35, a gain of 2 for Rudy Harris. Calvin Tiggle on the tackle.
Defensively for Georgia Tech, these guys, Rudolph, Battle, and McClary up front, have to do the job against the Clemson fullbacks. They're going without a huddle, so we'll have to give you the rest of the lineup when we can.
So Cameron calling the plays without a huddle. It is 2nd down and 8 at the 35-yard line. And a couple more for the tailback Williams, and again it is a linebacker, Jarrell Williams, who makes the stop.
Good linebackers. Marco Coleman had the big game last week. Tiggle and Jarrell Williams with most of the tackles. The secondary, Willie Clay, outstanding. Balcom and Swilling, what a pair of safeties.
And that is your Valvoline starting lineup completed for both teams, defensively and offensively. 3rd down and 5.
Who moves? The center. The center moved on the play. It was Curtis Whitley flinching.
And, you know, one of the things the Tech players defensively talked about yesterday a lot, Jack, was the chance, as we'll get the call from the official.
False start on the offense. 5-yard.
Courtney Mozzie is our referee, and we check out the rest of the officiating crew. What they talked about was the honor and the chance for them to have their defense on the field with Clemson, a defense that has long been recognized as top-notch, and Georgia Tech defensively thinking this is their chance to show off a bit. It's 3rd down and 10. 3 wideouts in the lineup.
What a hit by Marco Coleman on Rudy Harris.
Marco Coleman, who had 5 sacks last week and leads the ACC, makes the pop there. The Tech fans are standing. They have held on the first possession. Willie Clay will be deep to receive the kick.
Coleman was on a blitz route on the quarterback, saw the handoff, and with his speed, just beat Harris to the hole. And at 250 pounds, being that fast is rather frightening.
Gardocki, his longest this year, 66 yards, and he is among the national leaders with an average of over 42. Hangs it high. Play at his own 25. Spins away from the first tackler. A return of just a couple of yards on the play. A 39-yard kick and a 2-yard return. Second possession for Tech is coming up. 9 9 minutes and 40 seconds remaining in the first quarter. We're going to take our first break of the ball game. Back to Atlanta. It's scoreless so far.
26,000 new car owners. J.D. Power and Associates heard from them all. When they summed it up, Buick ranked 5th on their list of the 10 most trouble-free car lines sold in America. Buick outranked Honda, Acura, BMW, Nissan, Mazda, and every single domestic nameplate. Remember those 26,000 new car owners who road-tested all those cars for you. Then remember Buick, the new symbol for quality in America and beyond.
When I was a kid, my father tried to tell me, son, someday you'll understand about responsibilities. Now there's my wife, Laura, our kids, Scott and Christina, this house, of course, 2 cars, 3 cats, and the fish. My dad said someday I'd understand. I guess that day is here. After all, who'd feed you guys if I wasn't here? Hey, who are you?
Jefferson Pilot, Insurance and Financial Services.
Who's got the marketing plan? I do. Sales forecast?
Right here.
Presentation boards?
Murphy's got
Where's Murphy?
This is the final boarding call for Delta Flight 6.
Maddie Klein knows careers are riding on Delta flights.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes. We better go.
Nobody told me you had a cast.
Nobody knew.
Passengers should now be on board.
Maybe that's why more business people fly Delta than ever before.
Mr. Murphy, you have a nice trip.
Thanks. Already had one.
Delta, we love to fly and it shows.
My main Yugoslavian and very sensitive Laker brother, Bloody Divac, looks a whole lot better now because he just shaved off his beard with a new Chic Slim Twin Plus with aloe.
How'd it go, Bloody?
No problema. Was the blade narrow enough?
Yeah, never problema. How do you like the new aloe comfort strip? I'm no longer irritating.
Try the new Slim Twin Plus with aloe. It reaches every place on every sensitive face.
So now American girls like my face?
Problema, Bloody. Big problema.
From Chic.
We are scoreless with 9:40 remaining first quarter. The schedules of both teams are ranked in the top 10 in the country as toughest so far this year. Clemson coming in 5-1. Their only loss was to Virginia in week number 2. Tech, best start in 20 years. They're undefeated 4-0. From their own 28-yard line, their second possession. Straight back is Jones. He dumps it off to Edwards. Edwards dropped for a loss of a yard by Kirkland.
Kenny Swilling heading to the locker room as he is still having problems with that ankle that he hurt on the opening kickoff. The All-American free safety spotted a seam and had some running room, got stood up here, and from right there, as he got twisted back, that ankle got turned by the tackler underneath. If he is gone, that will really affect the Tech defense.
The loss is 2. It is 2nd and 12. Jones rolls out, sets. Merchant leaps high to make the grab at the 30-yard line. Right with him was Doug Brewster.
Late flag on the play, and I think Brewster might have grabbed a face mask or something inadvertently.
It's exactly what it is. Inside 9 minutes remaining in the opening quarter. It is the second penalty call of the game, and both have gone against the Tigers. The Markoff will take it out to the 35-yard line.
The live ball, face mask, on the defense, 5 yards, still second down.
Certainly changes the situation as Kenny Hatfield yells out to his defense. Instead of 3rd and long, it's now 2nd and only 3. The kind of play call situation that Bobby Ross and his offensive coordinator, Ralph Friedgen, certainly want to have.
Well, Doug Brewster trying to get his defensive unit fired up. He leads the team in tackles with 46 coming into the game. We're early. First quarter, no score. 2nd and short. Jones got a man wide open. Edwards out of the backfield at the 45. He'll try to tightrope down the sideline, and he's pushed out of bounds. At the 19-yard line, O'Neal caught up with him, but Edwards sneaking out into the flat was all alone. A 45-yard gain.
Bobby Ross is the master of misdirection. They run the bootleg. This time they give Sean Jones protection with Jimmy Lavin. And after the play fake, Edwards just ran alone out of the backfield. Little swing route, manages to stay in bounds, and only the speed of Robert O'Neill saved the touchdown.
You know what, Jack? He was so alone, he almost ran right out of bounds. He did get it down the sidelines to pick up 45, and Tech is threatening early on. 1st and 10 at the 19-yard line. Merchant in motion. Rodriguez is the other wide receiver. Edwards knifed down right at the line of scrimmage by Kirkland.
Tried to run one of their versions of their counter play. Levon Kirkland coming hard, recognized it quickly. They've got such great speed on the corners on both sides of the football. Both teams, John, I don't think you would find quicker defensive players in the country than we're going to see here this afternoon, at least at the linebacker position.
Jones has hit 3 out of 4 here in the first quarter. 57 yards through the air. And at the 20th, 2nd and 11, Edwards hit for another loss. This time it's linebacker Ed McDaniel, number 93. So those Tiger linebackers rising up as Tech gets close.
Well, they're in a situation now, they being the Clemson Tigers, where they have to do some things differently to try and beat Georgia Tech. So they have gone on these first 2 plays into almost total stunt situations. They sent 3 of their 4 linebackers on that play, and it paid off.
A loss of 2 more. It's 3rd and 13 for Sean Jones.
And they're going to come again.
3 wide receivers. Backs are split. Dumped over the middle. Merchant makes the catch and will take it in. Emmett Merchant scores for Georgia Tech. Eric Jeter had a shot at him, but Merchant got past him at the 10 and scores.
You live with the blitz, you die with the blitz. Sean Jones picked it up with some great protection by his linemen and backs in the backfield. Merchant saw the hot pattern. He cut off what he was going to run, slanted across the middle, and Sean Jones nailed him for the first score in 15 quarters against the Clemson defense.
It is Georgia Tech striking first. The extra point is perfect. 7:12 remaining in the opening quarter. Georgia Tech breaks on top in the biggest game here in Atlanta in 20 years. 7-0 Tech. We'll be back after a word from your local stations.
Have you ever dreamed of being a star? Well, to make it to the top, you need a big break. It's Rockin' Soul with Natalie Cole and her special guest, Mr. Howard Hewitt. Join them as they get busy with the stars of tomorrow going for $100,000 and their big break.
Tonight at 11:30 on Channel 7. Think big, win big. This Saturday's DC Lottery's Lotto America annuity value is $11 million.
I didn't think I could do anything with my life. Then someone showed me I could. It's hard to keep going when nobody cares. Someone cared.
Someone is the Salvation Army. The Salvation Army Adult Rehabilitation Centers, renewing goods, rebuilding lives.
Children, I never thought that AIDS would happen to my family.
Anna is really growing up. Is that lipstick she's wearing? She's talking to David again.
We'll talk later, David, okay? Bye.
I see David's becoming a good friend.
Yeah.
I know you're growing up, and I know your mother has talked to you about the risks out there, about waiting for the right person. Now it's my turn. Do you know?
If you need help talking to your children about AIDS, call for a guide.
Now, the perfect combination of what's what and who's who. The perfect combination of headlines and head-to-head interviews. Announcing the new News 7 at 5 o'clock. For all the day's top stories and all the area's top story makers. It's the perfect combination of news and interviews with Paul Barry and Rhea Blakey. And it's only on News 7 at 5.
ACC football is brought to you in part by Southern National. Sooner or later, they'll be your bank. And by your local Carolina Chevrolet Geo dealers. In the Carolinas, the place to be is in a Chevrolet or Geo. And for football fans, the place to be is right here in Atlanta, Georgia, at Bobby Dodd Stadium. Alan Waters will kick off. 7-0. Tech, a sustained drive of 78 yards. They take it in for the first score of the day. It is Thomas on the return. Across the 25. He's knifed down at the 27. Let's take one more look at the touchdown.
And a key factor in this, watch the right side of your screen, number 92, Doug Brewster on the blitz. Stop it right there. The block by Stephen Scotton on the blitzing linebacker allowed Sean Jones enough time, we can roll the rest of it here, to spot Emmett Merchant, who changed his pattern because of the stunning linebackers, and it's touchdown, Yellow Jackets.
A 20-yard kickoff return puts the ball at the 28-yard line. There is the drive, 6 plays. 2 minutes and 28 seconds is all it took. Of course, they had the big play, the 45-yard pass in the flat. Edwards taking it down the sideline to the 19, and they take it in for 6.
Again, we had a flinch. This time, they're saying that Eric Harmon was the man who flinched on the line of scrimmage, according to Kevin Battle.
And in this formation, they had...
False start in the offense, 5-yard penalty.
They had 4 wide receivers on the field at the same time. Let's go down to Mike Hogwood with more on Ken Swilling.
Guys, you saw Ken go to the locker room a minute ago. The trainer here says it is a sprained ankle. The tape job didn't work. He still couldn't run full speed. He's in the locker room now getting retaped. Whether or not he can go, they don't know. But the defense is pretty fired up without their All-American out there.
Larry Ryans is a tailback in this offense. Rudy Harris is the fullback. He's in motion. There will be 4 wide receivers in the pattern. Deshaun Cameron looking deep. Overthrows Ryans, who was in motion out of the backfield.
I've been surprised that twice already in this ball game we have had Clemson commit the illegal procedure penalty. You know, after playing all those games in Death Valley, you ought to be used to the noise and not worry about messing up a snap count, particularly a couple of veteran guys like Harmon and Whitley. It has forced the Tigers to be in long yardage situations, something Deshaun Cameron does not want to encounter too often if he can.
It is 2nd and 15. They go without the huddle. Williams is in the lineup. Here's the option, and it is messed up by Marco Coleman. Number 95 was like a roadblock. No place to go on that option play.
Sort of makes you think of another Swilling, Pat Swilling, who now does his thing for the New Orleans Saints as an outside linebacker. He was an unbelievable ball player, and Marco Coleman is getting to that level quickly. He had the 5 sacks last week. He's made 2 big plays already on defense for the Yellow Jackets.
It will be 3rd down and about 17, almost 17 yards to go. Both wide receivers set to the near side, Smith and Thomas.
And Clemson has to burn a timeout because they were running out of time.
Ken Hatfield will talk it over with his quarterback. 6:18 to play, still in the first quarter. Tech has the game's only touchdown so far.
Dan Larson knows a secluded course where the holes are challenging, but the fees aren't. Now, where do you suppose he'd rent a car? Budgets, where every rental passes 25 quality checks and price is not a handicap. Bob Nickel knows a little French cafe where the food is magnifique, but the bill isn't. Now, where do you suppose he'd rent a car? Budget, where he finds the most luxury Lincolns, over 3,500 locations worldwide, and very tasteful prices. The smart money is on budget.
One day there was just too much gray. I thought, should I or shouldn't I? I didn't. I was afraid it might look phony. I wanted natural-looking color, and I wanted to do it right, with no pouring and mixing. Nobody else could give me what I wanted until Clairol Option Instant for Men. I figured if it's from Clairol, I could trust it. I could. I went from gray to my natural-looking color in 5 easy minutes. My hair looks great, feels great. When I look in the mirror, I don't see gray. I see me.
Do it right with Option, also in gradual formula.
Banks have always been eager to get you to save money with them. But what happens when you borrow money? At Sovereign, we'll give you buyer's coverage on your check purchases, free credit card accounts, and more with your loan. And what would your bank say if you asked for all that?
It's okay. I don't have a leisure suit.
Listen, honey, if I can't pronounce it, I don't eat it.
That's great.
We don't have it because you don't want it. At Days, what we do have are great rooms, great value, at over 1,000 great locations. And that's the honest truth.
We are back with 6:18 to play in the first quarter, along with Jack Corrigan. I'm John Sanders. Tech leads 7-0, and as Jack mentioned, difficult position for Clemson. Third down, long yardage. Witherspoon in motion. Loose football is grabbed. Simmons made the hit. The ball was picked up in the air by Coleman Rudolph. And Georgia Tech with the first break and a chance to go up quickly by 2 touchdowns.
They were so worried about Marco Coleman, they double-teamed him. There was nobody blocking Simmons, and the ball popped right to Coleman Rudolph. Chris Simmons, the redshirt senior out of Macon, Georgia, stepped around the block that was at his ankles and put the hit on Cameron that forced the fumble. They double-teamed Marco Coleman, but forgot about the other side.
So that Tech defense giving the offense the ball at the 13-yard line. Edwards tried to sweep, but Bodine would not let him get outside.
Well, if Marco Coleman is the Mr. Everywhere for the Georgia Tech defense, Rob Bodine has been that this year for the Tiger defensive front line. To have a nose guard already closing in on 50 tackles on the season, and this being only the 7th game of the year for Clemson, that's a remarkable number.
Edwards has carried the ball 7 times. He has a total net yardage of 6. Loss of 4, 2nd and 14. Jones rolling, looking in the end zone. Touchdown, Georgia Tech. It's Greg Lester leaping high. Near Dexter Davis, he brought it in, and Tech has scored twice quickly in the first quarter.
Greg Lester has waited 2 years to get healthy again. Hamstring problems the past 2 seasons have limited his play. He made an athletic catch earlier in this period. Here in the jump ball situation, outleaps Dexter Davis. That's the best interceptor in the Clemson secondary, but Lester wins that battle.
Sisson, for the 17th consecutive time this season, nails the extra point.
Clemson again came with the blitz, and you have to credit the Georgia Tech offensive line and the running backs for picking up the blitzing linebackers. Here they all come. This is like a 6-man rush. Good block by Edwards on Brewster. It gives Sean Jones time to get it up the field, and Lester wins the jump ball. Watch it again, left side of your screen as the stunt comes in. The great block by Edwards on Doug Brewster. 2 outstanding blocks on the touchdown passes by the Clemson running backs.
You talk about Lester, it is 14-0. Go back to 1987, he was predicted to be one of the top freshman receivers in the country, so you're right, he's waited a long time for his chance. We invite you to stay with us because at the conclusion of today's game, we will be selecting a Schick Most Valuable Player from each team. And Coach Ken Hatfield has got to rally his troops. You know, they've really been out of sync offensively. Nothing seems to have gone according to pattern so far.
Well, they look dazed over there right now. This is a very unusual experience for the Tigers to be down 2 touchdowns with still more than 5 minutes to play in the first quarter.
Thomas and Ryans will be the deep men. Ryans on the right and Thomas on the left.
The key for Georgia Tech so far, John, the penalties have hurt the Clemson offense, and here comes Ken Swilling back out on the field as the fans applaud. And Kenny looks like he's running a little better, like he plans on being back. I'll tell you about my other point in a moment after this kickoff.
Ryans at his 5. 10 outside, a little room at the 20. Puts his head down near the 28-yard line, and he's bumped out of bounds by Angelo Rush. One of the defensive backs knocking him out of bounds.
One of the keys to stopping the triple option is you have to be able to control the fullback early in the ball game. They have done that the 2 times they have tried to run Rudy Harris with the football. It has not been successful, to the point that on the last series, Clemson went with that 4 receiver set on first down to try and change their look. Let's see how they handle it this time.
Tony Kennedy is in the ball game right now at fullback, along with the freshman Ronald Williams. Stacy Fields is the tight end. Smith and Thomas are the wide receivers. That is Smith, the motion man. Williams cuts it back at the 30, 35. He's got room down the far sideline, across midfield and into Georgia Tech territory before Eric Bellamy knocked him out of bounds. And Williams, the freshman, with a big play to maybe wake up the Clemson offense.
Great cutback here. And guess who was leading the way downfield? Deshaun Cameron, the quarterback. Right side of your screen with a good block. That sprung Williams for probably 10 more yards.
Williams all the way to the 48-yard line. A gain of 25 on the play.
Deshaun Cameron put a pop on Keith Holmes. Keith jumped up, look, who hit me? And then saw it was number 10 and couldn't believe it. Swilling back in the ball game.
Swilling is on the field defensively for the first time. He returned the opening kickoff, and here's Williams again into the secondary, down to the 41-yard line before Calvin Tiggle was stopped.
Well, a subtle change by the Clemson Tigers, the insertion of Tony Kennedy into the ball game in front of Ronald Williams to provide more blocking up front, in addition to that fine offensive line. Rather than Harris, more of the running fullback, they go to Kennedy, the better blocker.
Wide receivers, Smith and Thomas, both split to the right, the wide side of the field. And on the option, it is the fullback. Kennedy tackled by Tiggle. Maybe a yard short of the first down as he moves it inside the 40 to the 39. 3rd and 1 coming up for the Tigers.
Boy, but isn't Williams explosive with his ability to cut back against the grain? In our highlights at the very beginning of the ball game, you saw the cutback he made against Georgia last week. He is explosive once he clears the line of scrimmage.
They bring in an extra tight end, and they go out of the wishbone formation.
Look for the long count, John.
Rodney Blunt has joined Kennedy and Williams in the backfield. Outside comes Williams. The first down and more, and he is tackled out of bounds by Swilling. The ball, though, down to the 27. Plenty of yardage for a first down.
Let's see how Ken Swilling is moving here with that bad ankle. You can see that right ankle heavily taped. Reacts to the play. A little bit of a lateral pursuit and then gets up the field. Williams got hit right as he was going out of bounds. The Clemson people thought he got hit a little bit late, and our Mike Hogwood almost got his first taste of being down on the field, because that was right near where he was.
And Ronald Williams is limped off the field to the far side to the Clemson bench.
I think, though, if we get a chance to look at that replay again, I'm wondering if he pulled a muscle, because it looked like he was starting to stagger even before Swilling made contact.
Smith and Thomas split left. The new tailback is Rodney Blunt, who's finally getting back to healthy shape and able to practice all week long. This is Blunt. Inside the 25, near the 23, Jarrell Williams tripped him up.
Let's take one more look at the previous play, the first down run. As you see Swilling reacting to Ronald Williams. Now watch the end of the play. Right as he comes towards the sidelines, Williams right there starts to labor as he stepped around the tackle of Willie Clay. It looked like he did something to his legs. And they are working on him over on the far side.
He's been the spark on this drive. 2nd and 6, 3:15 to play in the first quarter. Blunt, head down, fights forward near the 20. Marco Coleman and Jeremiah McClary double team him there.
Bruce Bratton, the left tackle, number 65 for Georgia, or for Clemson. What a battle he's having with Marco Coleman. Maryland out to an early advantage, in South Carolina bouncing back with a 10-0 lead over the Pirates of East Carolina.
Here with 2:45 remaining in the first quarter, it's Georgia Tech 14, Clemson 0. Blunt in motion. Lone setback is Kennedy. Cameron rolls, sets, fires, looks for Blunt, and it's incomplete. Blunt out of the backfield. The closest man to the ball was Willie Clay.
Well, either Cameron read it wrong or Blunt read it wrong, because Tony was going up the field, or Rodney, excuse me, was going up the field, and Cameron thought he was going to run a turnout route.
Gardocki will come on. It will be a 38-yard field goal attempt. Gardocki, obviously, excellent from this range. He's missed only 2 all year. Nailed that one that was almost 58 yards. The kick is good. It is plenty long, and it is through. With 2:27 to play in the first quarter, the Clemson Tigers get on the board.
It was important for Clemson to come away with some points in this first period, but they certainly needed the touchdown because they have yet to demonstrate an ability to stop the Georgia Tech offense. And once Ronald Williams went out of the ball game with his injury, and Mike Hogwood will update that for us as soon as he is able to find out the extent of Williams' problems. Once he went out of the ball game, Jeff, the Clemson spirit seemed to sag. You mentioned he was the spark on the drive, and then when he went out, the drive died.
Let's go down to Mike right now.
Well, guys, the story with Ronald Williams, it is his knee, and there are about 6 Clemson trainers around him with very serious looks on their faces. Williams is definitely in a lot of pain right now. Doesn't look good, but we'll have a further report later. Right now, the trainers are working on him. Hopefully he can come back, but it looks like his knee.
There you see the ice bag on the right knee of Ronald Williams. Just as he was stepping out of an ankle tackle attempt by Willie Clay on that first down run, it looked like he twisted something, because he was already in pain as he was heading to the sidelines, and then the again swilling hit just sort of added to his discomfort.
Well, if you're a Tiger fan, you'd love to get him back on the field. Swilling not returning this kickoff. Tisdale is being backed deep into the end zone, and the ball goes through the end zone. So this will be possession number 4. The field position has been great for Tech for the most part. This will be their worst field position to start a drive, but they have moved the ball well offensively every time they've had it so far.
Well, as I mentioned, Bobby Ross, the master of misdirection, has really mixed up his pattern of play calling, the way he has set up that Georgia Tech offense to counteract the speed of the Clemson defense has been impressive, as has that young man. Almost 100 yards passing in this first period.
New fullback in this series, Carl Lawson, number 22. The backs are split. Edwards is the other back. It is a passing formation. Rodriguez and Merchant, the 2 wide receivers.
Too much time.
The huddle clock had wound down. That's unusual for a first play.
A dead ball, delay of the game on the offense, 5-yard penalty.
So back to the 15 it goes.
But the first time that Georgia Tech has had something go awry, as Bobby will give you that look probably about a dozen more times before this football game is over. I think that's comfortable for Bobby that way.
Where he rests his hand. 2 minutes and 24 seconds remaining first quarter. Tech with the football and a lead of 14-3. Comes some pressure, dumps it off. Edwards with it. It's outside the 20. Down he goes at the 25. Ed McDaniel knocked him down, but a good gainer.
All kinds of frustration right now for the Clemson defensive coaches. Every time they have stunted, Sean Jones has been able to pick it up and make something positive happen. That ends up being a 10-yard play. Brewster this time is not the blitzing linebacker, and he and McDaniel are back, and McDaniel makes the hog collar tackle.
It is 2nd down and 5 at the 25. Here's Edwards. Dropped after a gain of 1 by Brenston Buckner. And when Brenston drops you, you've been dropped. There's 315 pounds of him.
At least. Well, trying to help his defense out a little bit. Ken Hatfield rotating his front line people. He's got Buckner in the ball game, and Danny Sizer and David Davis. And now it's Edwards who comes up hobbling. He goes to the sidelines.
So both starting tailbacks limping back to their benches. Jeff Wright comes on. He and Lawson are split on third down. Play action. First down after the 37-yard line. Jerry Gilchrist just moved into the spot, set himself, and Jones has been brilliant so far.
Brilliant might be an understatement. He has been everything that you'd want a multifaceted quarterback to do. He has run the ball. He has play faked very, very well. And maybe most impressively, John, he has anticipated or picked up every counter move that Clemson's defense has made.
Right now, Brent Goolsby is on the field as a wide receiver, so we've seen about 5 or 6 different receivers so far in the ballgame. Still 45 seconds left in the quarter. Finding his way all the way to the 45-yard line was Carl Lawson, and it was Pierre Wilson who made the tackle.
Carl Lawson's dad was a national powerlifting champion. He powered his way upfield that time. He was hit for about a 2-yard gain and said, no, that's not enough. Let me get a little more. There's the knee of Ronald Williams. And that look tells you that I don't think we're going to see Ronald in this football game.
And what a disappointment. You saw the anticipation, the looks on the players' faces that we showed you before the ball game. This is a very, very big game to both teams. Jones is knifed down. Again, Pierre Wilson was there, along with Chuck O'Brien, an inside linebacker, number 38. Chuck from Maryland. That is going to do it for the first 15 minutes of play. Georgia Tech, before a capacity crowd here in Atlanta, has jumped ahead. It's 14-3. We'll be right back.
Introducing the American Beauty. It took vision and courage to bring it to you. It took a policy of unceasing devotion to quality. A revolution in the way its V6 engine and electronic transmission worked together with Dynaride to make it the smoothest Buick ever built. The completely new 1991 Park Avenue and Park Avenue Ultra. They're beauties, all right. American beauties. From Buick, the new symbol for quality in America and beyond.
In civilized society, any groovy lapse can result in a mortifying loss of station. But with Right Guard Sports Stick, one gets maximum protection. Well, off to the foxes. Right Guard Sports Stick. Anything less will be uncivilized.
I was enjoying my Halloween when she walked in. Nice can.
You have to help me find my party. What's your rate? 72 beats a minute. I just know that it's in a castle, and there's lots of Coors Light.
A castle like this?
That's it.
Get everything you need at Coors Light Halloween headquarters, because it isn't Halloween without the silver bullet.
You're a doll.
I can't wait till I retire. You know why? I'm going to Africa. There's this one small area there where the lions sleep in the trees. You know why? To get away from this tiny ant. Gets in their fur, drives them wild. So they sleep in the trees. When I retire, I really want to see that. Then they've got these gazelles. Leap 30 feet at a time. You know why? Lions get hungry.
Jefferson Pilot, Insurance and Financial Services.
Well, the Tubas are overflowing with fans at Bobby Dodd Stadium, a sellout crowd, and those dressed in yellow, Jack, are certainly enjoying things so far.
Well, they add another quarter to their touchdown streak. The Tech defense has now gone 17 quarters without allowing a touchdown. Clemson had gone 15 quarters, but they've given up 2 scores here in the first quarter. One the result of an offensive turnover by the Tiger offense.
140 to 47 in total yardage. A great first quarter for Jones. He has the ball on the reverse, hands it to Gilchrist. He's in trouble. Looking for some blue shirts. He'll get back to the 39-yard line. Robert O'Neill drops him there.
The guy who made the play was Arlington Nunn. The strong safety was on a safety blitz. He comes in nearly untouched, and although they were able to make the reverse, there's Chuck O'Brien, who also strung the play out for Robert O'Neill to finish it off. Good sequence that time by the Clemson defense.
Scott Aldridge, his longest this year, 54 yards. Dexter Davis is back, along with Robert O'Neill. he gets to the 32, and Jarrell Williams on the kickoff team. A return of 6 following a punt of 35 yards. So Clemson will start at its own 32-yard line. Good field position. First possession, second quarter. It is 14-3, Georgia Tech. A year ago, Tech winning 30-14 at Clemson. Sean Jones was brilliant that afternoon. He's gotten off to a great start this afternoon. Banged down is Kennedy, the fullback, by Jeremiah McClary after a gain of 3.
I go back to what I mentioned in the first quarter. One of the keys to the game for the Georgia Tech defense, stop the fullback on the option on first down, and McClary came off his block so well. Talking to opposing coaches, that's one of the things they've noted about the Georgia Tech defense. They get off blocks so well. McClary and Kevin Battle, the youngster Rudolph, and some of the other players who come in there as well.
3 wideouts. Cameron steps up, fires down the middle. It's incomplete. It was intended for Terry Smith. He was running a crossing pattern inside the 40-yard line, and the ball was incomplete. Cameron now 0 for 3 passing.
Well, Deshaun, when I talked to him yesterday, is a confident thrower, but he has been erratic throughout his career. He has to have the consistency, particularly in his deep passing routes, if this Clemson offense is going to succeed this afternoon, because the running is going to be tough to come by. I don't care how great a running team Clemson is. Tech has done a great job handling the run this year.
3rd down and 7. Blunt in motion. There. It was intended for Blunt, who was streaking down the sideline, but the ball landed about 15 yards from him. It'll be 4th down.
You can see the disappointment on the face of Kenny Hatfield on the sidelines. Deshaun had more time than he thought he had and threw the ball sort of in no man's land. If he would have waited, he had time to get the ball to Rodney Blunt, but he was a little antsy back there.
That's Willie Clay. Standing just inside his 25-yard line as Gardocki will punt. His first kick was 39. This is a wobbly end-over-end kick at the 30. Clay, 35, 40, 45, into Clemson territory down to the 44-yard line before Eric Jeter made the tackle. A 35-yard kick, but a 25-yard return by Clay.
Al Seraldo, the longtime radio voice of the Yellow Jackets, calls him Willie Big Play Clay. Here's why. This is just a major league effort. And had he been able to slip out a little more cleanly from that last tackle, John, he had a chance to take it all the way.
Willie Clay brought it back to the 45. Good field position for the Yellow Jackets. It's 1st and 10. Jones looks long, looking for Rodriguez. Incomplete. Rodriguez was covered and blanketed by Dexter Davis.
Dexter Davis, all-conference last year with 5 interceptions already this year. I'd say he's got a good bet to be a repeater. This is just man-to-man coverage on the fly route up the sidelines. John Jones left this ball a little short, got it a little too high, enabled Davis to actually have the better play on the ball than Rodriguez.
And Rodriguez probably saved him from having his 6th interception. 2nd and 10 at the 45. The Yellow Jackets went for it all on first down. They've got Merchant to the left and Lester to the right. Bell is the tailback. He jumps up alongside the fullback. The pass is caught at the 40-yard line. Just a quick pattern to Lester. Scotton is the fullback in this series.
I'll tell you what, I think he called 2 different plays at the line of scrimmage, and on the last checkoff, there wasn't enough time for his offense to be set. I think Emmett Merchant was in motion, wasn't in his spot for a full second before the snap of the ball, and that's the penalty.
So it will be either 3rd and 6. With the penalty, it becomes 2nd and 15. Back to midfield. 12 minutes and 56 seconds remaining in the first half. The sun popping through in Atlanta.
And Merchant came back to the huddle with Sean Jones and said, you really have to yell or give me some other kind of sign when you check off, because I can't hear you.
Backs are split at the Kristen Merchant, the wide receiver, with a play-action fake, and Merchant drops the ball at the 40-yard line. Closest to him was Robert O'Neill, but he dropped that one.
And he knows he blew an easy one. Emmett was looking for some running room before he caught the ball. The crossing route, the play-action fakes, they've done a number of things to slow down that Clemson rush, and it was the fatal disease of wide receivers, the gator arms there. If he would have extended his hands for the ball, he would have caught it. Those short arms sometimes cause problems.
On 3rd and 15, 3 wide receivers, passing formation. Jones is straight back. Here comes the rush. He gets the ball up. It's complete to the fullback, Scott. He's knifed out of bounds at the 39-yard line by Kinzel Jackson.
Interesting play call now for Bobby Ross. It's 4th and a long 4, almost 5. They got 10 on this play. It's beyond the range of Scott Sisson. I thought maybe he'd think about going for it, but he's got Scott Aldridge out there. Kinzel Jackson with a good hit in the open field on Scott. With that 11-point lead, Bobby says, I want to keep them pinned deep in their own territory.
Clemson is going to drop Tony Kennedy back. Nope, second. Jerome Henderson, the cornerback, drops back. Number 36. He'll stand at his own 10. Clemson is hoping this one goes into the end zone. And it will. Well, the Tigers will have the football at their own 20-yard line, their second possession of the second quarter. They were 3 and out the first time they had the ball. This drive will begin at the 20. A couple of touchdown passes in the first quarter, adding up to the Georgia Tech 14-3 lead. Ronald Williams is back on the field for Clemson. See if he can provide the spark that led to their only score, that field goal, with 2:27 to play. Sean Jones went 22 yards to Emmett Merchant, and then 17 yards to Greg Lester. Richard Moncrief is now the quarterback.
Well, it happened again. Let's see if the flinch was too soon, or was it on Georgia Tech this time?
You see number 7, Richard Moncrief.
Of a dead ball, false start on the offense, 5 yards.
That's the 3rd time in this football game that Clemson has had the false start out of either Curtis Whitley, their center, or Eric Harmon, the right guard.
And Richard Moncrief coming on for Deshaun Cameron.
Redshirt freshman out of Montgomery, Alabama. He's a left-hander, blazing speed. There you see Cameron on the sidelines. Look at the difference right there.
Williams sheds 1 tackler. Fights his way to about the 18 is where they're going to spot it. He was tripped up by Calvin Tiggle. He shows Jack a lot of natural ability.
Well, there is no doubt when you are a true freshman playing significant minutes in a high-profile program like Clemson, you better have some talent.
He picked up 4 on the play.
Running a little gingerly, though. I'm sure it's going to be a few plays before he feels like he can really test that knee. And they get the fullback, John.
Harris,
excuse me.
He got only a couple on the play. Chris Simmons, number 99, the redshirt senior from Macon, Georgia, made the play. Certainly the state of Georgia well represented on both sides of the football this afternoon.
Whether it's the wishbone, the power eye, any offense that has that fullback up close to the quarterback, and he gets that action in the guard tackle hole a lot. You have to stop that to take away the offense.
Only 1 out of 5 on 3rd down. Moncrief, a lefty, is tackled at the 22. He tried to step up, but Marco Coleman was there. A flag down. We might have a face mask.
It would be an inadvertent face mask, I believe, which would only be a 5-yard penalty. But they will get to play 3rd down over again. That's a break for the Tigers. They'll get a chance again to convert a 3rd down situation.
And I know when Richard Moncrief stepped up toward the line of scrimmage, Jack, he thought, I've got some room. I can pick up some yardage. But right there,
a 5-yard face mask on the defense. Still be a 3rd down.
Coleman gets around the block of Eric Harmon, and there was no doubt on the face mask penalty. Takes the ball with the 5-yard infraction out to the 26-yard line. It makes it 3rd and 4. Well, they're trying all kinds of different maneuvers up front to take away the pass rushing ability of Marco Coleman. He has 8 sacks on the year with the one today and has pressured the quarterback more than a dozen times.
And this time it's Moncrief who will take a timeout. Ken Hatfield's club has used 2 timeouts so far in the first half. Still 10:41 to play, and Georgia Tech leads 14-3.
Any mower that can stand up to this kind of punishment, you'd call a great mower. But do it with a mower that's 15 years old, you'd have to call it a snapper. See the impressive performance of the new snappers. Check the yellow pages for your nearest dealer.
From the Far East to Europe. Across the Caribbean and throughout North America, only one airline covers so much of the world with so much warmth.
I'm minding my own business, and this guy on the phone is chewing my ear up about how I have to leave MCI and come back to AT&T. He's going on about how important I am to him. And I'm wondering, I never felt important to AT&T before I left. It's like, can you give me savings like MCI? Can you guarantee I'll be happy with my service like MCI? So this guy says, all you got to do is switch. So I say, all you got to do is just give me the facts. Can you beat what I get with MCI? And this guy says, nothing.
Don't get pressured by AT&T. Get the facts. Last week, the Hendersons bought a new video camera. It has all the latest features, including a zoom lens and low-light capabilities. In fact, that camera does just about everything except float. Fortunately, the Hendersons paid for their new video camera with a check from their Sovereign Select account, which has built-in buyer's coverage. So even though they sunk some money into it, they'll have no trouble getting it all back.
14-3 is the score with 10:41 remaining in the first half. Tech has 6 first downs. Clemson has 2, and the Tigers have yet to complete a pass. This is 3rd and 4 at the 26. Moncrief, the quarterback. Here comes the reverse. Guess who? Marco Coleman back at the 16-yard line.
What great fundamental football by Marco Coleman. They try and draw him in on the inside, then they're going to peel back and make the block on him, but he stays at home, gets depth up the field, forces the reverse man so deep that it gets him away from his blockers, and Marco makes the open field hit.
3rd time in the first half, Gardocki is on the punt, and Willie Clay is standing at his own 43-yard line. Driving him across the field and back at the 37. Play right down at the 41-yard line. It'll be first down 10 for Georgia Tech. Ashley Shepard made the tackle. The announcers for this game are selected and compensated by JP Sports. This broadcast is a copyright presentation. Any use of this broadcast without the express permission of the Atlantic Coast Conference is prohibited. The officials have spotted it at the 40. It's cooled off a bit, Jack, offensively for Tech since that torrid first quarter.
They're still enjoying great field position thanks to their outstanding defense.
William Bell is now the tailback behind Stephen Scotton. Scotton, the fullback, with the ball. Out to the 43-yard line where McLaughlin and Bodine team up to make the tackle.
Well, we talked about it last week, but it bears repeating. The offensive line for Georgia Tech is huge. Daryl Jenkins at 280, Jim Lavin at 272, Billy Chubbs at 255, Joe Sifri at 275, and Mike Moody at 315.
Backs are split this time, a passing formation on 2nd and 6. Jones is straight back. And then hands it forward. The ball is loose and on the turf at the 41.
Now they're going to rule an incomplete pass because he did throw the ball, and the pop by Rob Bodine knocked it out of Scotton's hands before he really had control of it. That's a break for Georgia Tech. It ends up being 3rd and 6 instead of 3rd and long yardage. Stripped by Bodine.
Little shovel pass, and you're right. Stephen Scott never really had control of the ball. It will be 3rd down and 6. Rodriguez comes to this side. We've also got Merchant and Lester, 3 wide receivers, on 3rd and long. Stepping up and down at the 41-yard line. Vance Hammond made the tackle. Had he been able to get away from Hammond, Jack, he might have had a little room up the middle that time.
Had he been able to get away from Vance Hammond, he had a lot of room. They again come with a heavy blitz. So John Jones stepping up, and he was just not able to get out of the ankle tackle of big Vance Hammond. Vance's dad, a state trooper in South Carolina. Fine, you man. Good conversation with him yesterday.
Henderson and O'Neal are deep. O'Neal banged down at the 29-yard line, and he was really straightened up that time by Derek Gaucher. Let's go down. No, I guess we're not going down. We're going to stay up here, but it's still going to be Mike Hogwood. Where are you, Mike?
I'm right next door, guys, and as a matter of fact, this place is so crowded. One of the reasons why is the Bowl Scouts. These are 2 great teams here today. We've got 10 different bowls represented. You see all the scouts intently watching these teams for a possible postseason berth. And I understand you guys are right next door.
We're right here. Come on over. Ball is spotted at the 29-yard line. It will be 1st down. Back in. Moncrief just 1 series. Williams tripped up as he crossed the 35 to the 37-yard line. It looked like Kevin Battle got a hand out. Excuse me, it was Blunt, not Williams, out of the tailback spot.
Blunt is back on the sidelines with that leg up. As you see Virginia on a pass to Gary Steele out of the backfield, the fullback in Maryland, getting out some frustrations today against the Demon Deacons.
It's 2nd and 2. Out of the I formation. Blunt the tailback and Rudy Harris the fullback, and Harris has the ball. Close to a 1st down. Looks like he'll be just a bit short in the arms of number 95, Marco Coleman.
Well, they have tried to run that fullback, and Coleman has made the tackle on 3 out of the 4 times that Rudy Harris has carried the ball. The only time they had some success is when they ran Tony Kennedy more in a counterplay. They just see Ronald Williams with that injured right leg up again. Obviously not ready to go.
It is a 1st down for Clemson as the fullback Harris gets across the line of scrimmage and out to the 41. Jay Martin helping out in the secondary to put the stop on it, but they've got enough for the 1st. Coleman and Martin double teaming on the tackle.
Some of this big crowd, capacity crowd on hand here at Bobby Dodd Stadium, historic Grant Field. Chance to perhaps set the record for attendance here since they had the stadium reconfigured with the new buildings.
The capacity was reduced. It had as many as 60,000 people in the old setup of the stadium. Forward to the 45-yard line, but Cleary makes the hit on Harris.
The new look here to Bobby Dodd Stadium, and of course this will be one of the sites for the 1996 Summer Olympics when they come to the city of Atlanta. Georgia Tech will figure very prominently in the plans for the Olympic Village and other activities for the summer games in 6 years.
They certainly will. Capacity here is about 46,000 now. Only a yard as Coleman makes the tackle on Rodney Blunt.
Well, that's one way to beat the sunshine. It has been a picture-perfect day weather-wise. Calvin Tiggle, one of the leading tacklers, gets a little bit of a obstruction from the umpire, Scott Dawson. Scott fortunately was able to bounce out of the way without any damage being done.
Third down. 5 yards to go. Cameron looking right, throwing right. It is incomplete. Intended for Ryans on the play. Willie Clay had great coverage, and let's hope that Ryans is all right. He went through the net that they used to practice kicking. He was out of bounds.
But Deshaun Cameron is really off on his throws today. Even if Ryans catches this ball, he was clearly out of bounds, and as John said, he was lucky he was not seriously hurt on the play. The Clemson pass offense has been non-existent in this ball game, and that has been the difference, as I thought, John. The team that passed the ball better was going to win today.
Yardaki's kick to Clay. It'll come up short. Takes a tech bounce straight up in the air. Bounding down in the area of the 22-yard line. We still have 5 minutes and 19 seconds remaining in the first half, and Georgia Tech, with those 2 first-quarter touchdowns, has the lead. It's 14-3. The Yellow Jackets lead the Tigers. We have a lot more football to come from Atlanta. First, we're going to pause now for a word from your local ACC station.
The time to own the 4-door sports car, the car that's outselling all the other imports in its class, is now. Because right now, the luxurious comfort, the sophisticated control, and the sheer power of this vehicle are as close as your nearest Nissan dealer, where a special allocation of Maximas is now in stock. But hurry, because at these year-end prices, they could move even faster out of the showroom than they do out on the road.
What you want as the flyer is you want first class at coach prices. We want to show you a brand new first class cabin. Take a look at that.
Oh, man. Great. Beautiful.
On the 1st of October, 95% of Eastern's fleet will have the expanded cabin. Now, they won't all have the new seats. You'll get the leg room, you'll get the food service, you'll get the extra flight attendant. But the key to this is pricing. Eastern's pricing policies conform to your corporate travel policies. And we're calling this our corporate rate.
Think big, win big. This Saturday's DC Lottery's Lotto America annuity value is $11 million.
Who's on your side for education? Channel 7 is, and we'd like to say thanks. Here are some of the organizations and people throughout the metropolitan Washington area that are making a difference in the lives of young people. We're on your side for education.
Bring the water to the people. You can help them, you can give it, you can try. You can fly on the wings of mercy. Don't you know these cards save lives? You can bring a friend a UNICEF card today. You can save the life of a child. And the world will sing for the life you saved. UNICEF. These cards save lives.
The clouds in Atlanta continue to melt. Just a whisper of wind. Just a beautiful afternoon. Temperature now moving up into the low 70s. Georgia Tech enjoying a 14-3 lead. The Yellow Jackets have the ball. Spotted at their own 24-yard line. The tight end, Covington, in motion. Jones flips it out to the fullback, Scotton. He's down to the 39-yard line. Dexter Davis knifed him down there, but it's a first down for Tech. A 15-yard pickup.
Excuse me, John. Bobby Rodriguez peeled back and helped Scotton out again. Great misdirection. Scotton comes out of the backfield after the play fake, and Bobby Rodriguez with the pop on Levon Kirkland.
Are you sure it was him popping Kirkland or the other way around?
Hey, when you're a receiver, if you get the job done, whether you get hurt more than he does, it still counts.
It's 1st and 10. McHenry, the tight end, in motion. This time the handoff goes to Jeff Wright. Wright is going to be dropped for a loss. Levon Kirkland and Rob Bodine defensively for Clemson.
Well, they reversed their progression that time. They ran the bootleg on first down and then ran the same kind of action but gave the ball off here on this play. but Levon Kirkland stayed at home and made the good tackle. 2nd and long for Georgia Tech.
Again, the tight end in motion. There are 2 tight ends in this formation. Right sweeping left, and he's hit behind the line of scrimmage by Ed McDaniel. Now, early on when we saw Clemson, Jack, you talked about this crew of linebackers, Johnson, McDaniel, Brewster, and Kirkland. They continue to make the big plays.
Well, this defense is designed for them to make the plays, but also they are great athletes. And what is probably not given enough credit, they are also great students of the game. They read so well what is happening on the field, but then it allows their physical ability to get the job done.
3rd and long. They shift right into the slot on the right side.
Comes the blitz again.
And it's the quarterback draw. Jones is wrapped up right at the 35 by McLaughlin. Some question about whether Chester would play or not because of a neck problem. We expected to see quite a bit of Al Richard, but McLaughlin was there. He's stopping at the 35, no gain. And the Yellow Jackets will have to kick.
And the Clemson defense is slowly but surely starting to win the battle on the line of scrimmage.
Henderson is deep.
9 men up like they're coming.
Along with O'Neal. A wobbly kick taken at the 35-yard line. Still on his feet. At the 45, now tries to go back across field, and that is a mistake because Henderson is dropped by Kevin Peoples. The ball will be near midfield, 14-3 with 2:34 to play in the half.
In the independent J.D. Power & Associates initial quality survey, only one American car line ranks in the top 10. But then, quality has never been foreign to Buick. The world is watching Buick. Its quality standards have made inroads everywhere. Now there's the powerful new Regal 4-door sedan from Buick, the new symbol for quality in America and beyond.
We've owned this business for 12 years now.
Rick's the numbers guy and Pete's ideas.
He keeps us from killing each other. Well, somebody's got to. And we never really thought much about how much we depended on each other.
No. Until what happened to Joe last month.
That really threw us for a loop.
Could have been gone just like that.
And then where would we be?
Well, I could have had his office.
And I could have had his parking place.
Oh, come on, guys.
Yeah, but of course.
No, you know what? You don't mean that, right?
We can split up his plan.
Guys,
right,
you just talking.
Jefferson Pilot, Insurance and Financial Services.
A company can learn a lot in 125 years. Valvoline has. You learn in the lab, you learn on the road, you learn on the racetrack. As you learn, you make your product better. And better and better. Today's Valvoline will keep your engine cleaner than ever before. And cleaner means more protection against engine wear. 125 years of quality. That's why people who know use Valvoline.
I was enjoying my Halloween when she walked in. Nice can.
You have to help me find my party. What's your rate? 72 beats a minute. I just know that it's in a castle, and there's lots of Coors Light.
A castle like this?
That's it.
Get everything you need at Coors Light Halloween headquarters, because it isn't Halloween without the silver bullet.
You're a doll.
We are back to Atlanta. The Tigers hoping to march here with the final 2.5 minutes of the first half. Down by 11. Good field position at their own 49. Cameron is 0 for 5, passing the football, and he sweeps to the right side. Near the 45-yard line in the arms of Marlon Williams, he's run out of bounds.
Now they say he did not get out of bounds, and keep in mind that Clemson has already burned 2 of its 3 first-half timeouts. That could be significant as the Tigers try and drive for a score. Georgia Tech was in its pass defense, and that was the straight bootleg run. That was no pass option that time.
2nd and 3. Smith, the motion man. Here's Witherspoon, the tailback. He's popped by Eric Fry, number 57. A gain of 1.
Well, Jeremiah McClary is having an outstanding football game on the line of scrimmage for Georgia Tech, even if he is not making that many tackles. Big number 96 there in the middle of that defensive huddle has been clogging things up out of his defensive line spot. And when you go 280-plus pounds, it says 279, give or take 10 or so.
It is the 3rd and 2. Is the motion man. First down inside the 40. Dancing for that first down was the other freshman at tailback, Witherspoon, and Jeremiah McClary again made the tackle.
But this time, Jeb Flesh, the redshirt junior out of Morrow, Georgia, was able to make enough movement on McClary to get the first down for Witherspoon, who was shaken up on the play. You see, McClary makes the tackle, but he was pushed upfield. And it's Witherspoon's left hand or thumb, it appears. See him motioning that it shot the pain sensation, shot up his arm like he might have jammed that thumb or the wrist. Been a tough day to be a tailback for Clemson.
It has. Williams is already out. Witherspoon now being helped off. T.J. Edwards went down earlier in the ball game for Georgia Tech, so it has been a tough day for all tailbacks.
Even though they got the first down and kept the drive alive, they had to take 3 plays to do it, and they're down to 68 seconds to play in the first half, and the clock's moving again.
3 wide receivers in the pattern. The ball at the 38, 1st and 10. A minute remaining in the half. Nothing at all. The first man through Kennedy, because Kevin Battle was right there to straighten him up.
And Marco Coleman was along to help out as well. It's almost like Marco knows what Clemson is going to call before they snap the ball.
40 seconds remaining in the half.
Now keep in mind, Clemson can still feel that they have a scoring opportunity because of the big leg of Gardocki, but they're really wasting a lot of time.
Cameron gets pressure, steps up. 40, 35, inside the 30. Still on his feet. A flag down near the 17-yard line.
Gonna have a clip on the play.
Balcom and Tiggle made the tackle. 18 seconds remaining.
Have a clip. Jason
on the offense.
It looked like Jason Davis, number 80, was the guilty party for Clemson. Now that doesn't necessarily take them out of Gardocki's range. What an effort by Cameron here. They had the safety blitz with Thomas Balcom, and then he just picked his way up the field. Right there is the clip, and a no-doubter there. That was a no-brainer as Davis clipped up field on Keith Holmes, and instead of the ball being inside the 20, it is back outside the 35-yard line. That's still Gardocki range. But now they're in a situation, John, with 18 seconds to play in the half and 1 timeout left. They probably don't have more than 1 or 2 plays left here in this first half.
It will be 2nd and 8 from the 36.
Had they been down inside the 20, they could have tried a couple of passes into the end zone.
The clock is running. They might not have any more plays left. He gets it stopped with 3 seconds remaining.
I had forgotten that after the penalty on the offense, the clock will start up again in this kind of situation.
And the Tigers were still in their huddle. They had restarted the clock, and Cameron is lucky to get 1 more play off.
So now, do you try the 53-yard field goal? It's within Gardocki's range. Clemson will use its last time out here to talk it over. I think you have to come away with some points here, and not to say that you couldn't fire up a Hail Mary try into the end zone, maybe draw a penalty or get the touchdown catch. But with Gardocki's range, and he has kicked this year a 57-yarder, 53 is certainly within his capability. He's kicked a 59-yarder in high school. Coming up at halftime with our Mike Hogwood, our student athlete of the week. We've got the one for the books, and it was a dandy here 6 years ago in 1984, the last time that these two teams ranked in the top 20 at the same time met here at Grant Field. And the Yellow Jackets came away with a big victory that day. They have dominated this first half. Any points at all here for Clemson would be significant, John, because it gives you that little boost going into the locker room at halftime.
And it will be Gardocki coming on. Jimmy McLeese, number 5, is the holder.
That clip really hurt.
Scott Bevel, who was a quarterback in high school, is the long snapper. It will be 53 yards.
It's like being at home for Gardocki. He's from Stone Mountain, Georgia, right here in the Atlanta area.
One of a dozen Clemson players from the state of Georgia. The 53-yard attempt is up.
It hit the crossbar.
Ever so close. But Tech will head to the locker room elated with an 11-point lead. We have reached halftime in Atlanta. 2 touchdown passes by Sean Jones in the first quarter, the difference in the football game. It is 14-3. We go down to the field. Mike Hogwood standing by. Mike?
Bobby, your team's going to the locker room. What a first half. Sean Jones put the 2 touchdowns on the board early.
Well, our big problem, Mike, we got to get the running game going. We got to make our running game going. We're doing all right on the throwing. They started to pressure us a little more. We have got to get the running game going. That's a big priority for us the second half.
That defense playing well, too.
We're playing well right now.
All right, we'll let you go into the locker room. Bobby Ross headed to talk to his team. The Georgia Tech Yellow Jackets lead the Clemson Tigers here at halftime, 14-3. Just a moment, we'll take you around the league and all our halftime activities. You stay with us.
JP Sports exclusive coverage of ACC football is brought to you by Days Inn. Days offers great rooms, great value at over 1,000 great locations. By Right Guard Sports Stick from Gillette. Anything less would be uncivilized. By BP Oil, makers of high-octane, high-performance gasolines. And by your local Carolina Chevrolet Geo dealers. In the Carolinas, the place to be is in a Chevrolet or Geo.
Stand out in your crowd. Show your true colors at the game, at home, wherever you go. An exclusive new design for each ACC school. Available only through this TV offer. Call 1-800-753-1ACC to order. Imprinted in official school colors and including school mascots, these items will not be sold in stores. Call right now. 1-800-753-1ACC. This is a free call. Licensed and approved by the ACC, this exclusive line is available in a full range of sizes. So if you root for the Yellow Jackets, or you're a dyed-in-the-wool Tigers fan, there's a design just right for you. 9-ounce fleece sweatshirts are only $22. 100% cotton t-shirts and twill caps just $15. Order today by calling 1-800-753-1ACC or send check or money order to Hendrick JP Sportswear, P.O. Box 560866, Charlotte, NC 28256. Use your Visa or MasterCard to call right now. 1-800-753-1222. Allow 4 to 6 weeks for delivery.
Rubbin' the Rock is a special part of the Clemson tradition. But the Tigers have established another tradition, excellence in the classroom. In the last 4 years, 13 Tigers have been selected to the all-academic ACC football team. Players like Bruce Bratton, Arlington Nunn, Stacy Fields, and former All-American David Treadwell have made their mark on the Dean's List as well as the sports page. This message presented by the Atlantic Coast Conference.
Investors looking for signs of intelligent life are advised to look closer to home. For effective investment plans and strategies, expertise, and service unsurpassed by any other investment firm, and a full range of financial products and services, you need look no further than the leading Southeastern investment firm, Interstate Johnson Lane.
Well, as John Sanders said, this is the biggest football game for Georgia Tech in some 20 years. 2 ranked teams here in Atlanta, Georgia Tech 14 and Clemson 3. We are at halftime, and what a first half it has been. The defenses have been playing very, very well. As we do every week, we're going to begin our halftime segment by taking you around the league. We had some big games a week ago, so let's take a moment right now and look back 1 week. Around the League is brought to you by Interstate Johnson Lane, the leading southeastern investment firm in Winston-Salem, North Carolina. The Wake Forest Deacons have the offense in high gear. Playing the North Carolina Tar Heels, they score first. 34 yards, Phil Barnhill to the speed demon, Steve Brown. But North Carolina came back and cut into the lead just before halftime. Natrone Means a 2-yard run. And at the break, the Deacons led it 24-17. Wake Forest was not able to score in the second half. North Carolina scored in the third and fourth quarter. Natrone Means the final touchdown of the day. 31-24, the Tar Heels a winner. In Clemson, South Carolina, the freshman sensation Ron Williams continues to run well. Here, he takes the football 51 yards for a score. He had 128 yards rushing on the day and 2 touchdowns. This touchdown made it 10-0 within the first 5 minutes. The Tigers led 13-0 at halftime, and then Chris Gardocki had a school record 4 field goals. Rodney Blunt scores here on a 26-yard run. It was the last score of the game. Clemson 18 points in the fourth quarter. They beat Georgia 34-3. The Duke Blue Devils were at Army in West Point, New York. Willie McMillan scores here. It's 10-0 Army early. 16-3 late in the game. Duke 2 fourth-quarter touchdowns to pull out the win, 17-16. Georgia Tech over Maryland, 31-3, and NC State routs Appalachian State, 56-0. And, of course, we'll be catching you up on some of the scores of today's games in just a little while on our JP scoreboard. Our score here at halftime, 14-3. Georgia Tech leads Clemson. Right now, it's time to look back a week and tell you about our MCI Play of the Week. The MCI Long Distance Play of the Week is brought to you by MCI, the official long-distance company of ACC football. In Winston-Salem, this pass completion, 72 yards, Todd Burnett to Natrone Means. North Carolina beat Wake Forest. Means had 134 yards, scored 3 touchdowns, and that is our MCI Play of the Week. We're at halftime. Georgia Tech leading the Clemson Tigers, and we'll be back in just a moment.
And I switched to MCI, and you'd think
ball better to be able to beat a top-ranked team in America. But, John, the thing that's obvious is this team is playing as hard as they can every play. We tied the ball game and got in a position where we made a lot of mistakes. We can go back and play much better than we did last Saturday. That's the encouraging thing. We're not far away right now, John, and this is the first time we've seen this type of progress.
Coach, one of the things that's so impressive, 3 times they got down inside your 10. You turned them away.
Well, to win championships, we've talked about it a long time. You've got to play great short yardage and goal line defense. You've got to stop the run, and you've got to run the ball. And our defense on Saturday played lights out to stop Georgia Tech down on the goal line 3 times, get to 4th and 1, force some field goals, gave us a chance to win the ball game. Had a lot of big plays that you've got to take away, but kept them out of the end zone large part of the day.
13-13 tie, Carolina, Georgia Tech. We'll come back, show you first half highlights after this from First Union.
The First Union communication satellite saves only 1 second on every banking transaction, but it adds up to 120 man-hours a day. So First Union can give you millions of dollars in extra service at no extra cost. First Union is a leader in space because we want our service to be the best on Earth. First Union service, we guarantee it.
Hey, missed you last night.
Oh, I know. I was in the computer room for hours. I have 2 reports, both due Tuesday.
You gotta relax. We say we going down to the pool today. Maybe go work out.
I told you, silly, 2 reports Tuesday.
So when can I see you?
Tuesday. You can wait. I'm worth it.
You hit the books, and we take care of everything else. Granville Towers, because you've got enough to worry about.
We tested in laboratories. We tested on the asphalt, in the parks, and on the road. We tested when it's 102 and there's no shade. And we found that when you lose fluids, minerals and energy, nothing puts them back better than a Gatorade. It's been proven again and again. But just to keep us on our toes, we test it every Sunday in front of 30 million people.
Right now, just underway, it's one incredible advantage clearance at your Chrysler Plymouth dealers. Huge inventories have forced us to take action. So for a limited time only, you can get spectacular deals on thousands of Chryslers and Plymouths, including Plymouth Acclaim and Sundance, Plymouth Voyager, Chrysler Imperial, and LeBaron Coupe. Plus, they've got 0% financing or up to $2,000 cash back on select new models. The advantage clearance at your Chrysler Plymouth dealers. Advantage Carolina. See your Carolina Chrysler Plymouth dealer today.
Both North Carolina and Georgia Tech have very good defensive teams, Coach, so that this game pretty much followed a script. We thought it would be a close game and a good defensive struggle.
No doubt, John. We felt like that the kicking game, field position, and turnover ratio would make the difference because there would not be a lot of points scored. Offensively, we got off our rhythm early. We made some mistakes. We got a little frustrated, came back and played a little better the second half. Defensively, played great when it counted.
Couldn't have been a more beautiful day at Kenan Stadium on Saturday. Atlantic Coast Conference football, North Carolina against Georgia Tech. Carolina football highlights brought to you by Gatorade. And, Coach, there were some terrific football plays in this game, and we're going to see one of them right here on the opening kickoff.
John, there's no question about that. Bernardo Harris, a Chapel Hill young man, came down here the first time. He was recruited by Georgia Tech, and he wanted to let them know he was still here. So he knocked him out on the opening kickoff, and that set the tempo for the rest of the day.
Defensive quickness, you've been wanting it, you got it now.
We've got a lot of people flying around the ball. Roy Barker played hard. He had to move, and Jonathan Perry there. Roy had to move over, and because of the loss of Dennis Tripp, and he handled it very well.
Here's a third down screen to Means, Coach.
We did not get on any rhythm during the ball game offensively, but we made some plays, and it's an outstanding job by Natron Means. He's going to be a good football player for us.
First down, Georgia Tech 26, and the Tar Heel defense comes up with a big play.
There's Bell, their tailback, jumping through there. Eric Gash knocks the ball loose, and Doxy Jordan, two juniors that have played so well for us for the last 3 years, get on the ball here and give us the turnover and give us a chance to head the other way. Good field position change, John.
Freshman Natron Means.
Again, good blocking up front against one of the better defensives in America. And we got a little frustrated, as I said, but I was proud they hung in there and fought through it.
32 yards, Clint Gwaltney, Coach, and the Tar Heels jump on top 3-0.
Clint Gwaltney does what we ask him to do each week. He's placed those kickoffs in good position on the field, hits the field goals when we need them.
Great catch by Merchant.
Great catch by Merchant. Sean Jones to Merchant. They've got a lot of weapons offensively and hurt us on 3rd and long, but we came back here. Critical play in the critical situations on defense. Good call by our coaches. Cookie Massey coming in with Eric Gash again for the big sack.
And, Coach, their 37-yard field goal sailed off to the right, so it's still 3-0 Carolina as we pick it up first down and 10 on the Carolina 20.
Again, we've got an excellent run here by Natron Means. He breaks tackles. He's like a lot of the 1,000-yard backs in Carolina's past, John, and we're going to have a lot of good moments with Natron before he leaves North Carolina.
I believe you are also, Coach, with Michael Watkins here.
Great job with Michael Watkins. Good blocking up front. Michael got hurt in the first half. He had a pull growing muscle and a hip pointer, so he didn't get to play the second half, but he's got the speed to break one.
This Merchant guy is a big player.
He is. It puts so much pressure on your defense, too, when you've got Sean Jones that can move around and bootleg and keep the ball and sprint out. Excellent throw and catch by them.
This was another big play, a pass interference call here.
Another big play. The fans will have to make their decision on this one, John.
Call against North Carolina was a 15-yard penalty, and then Jones, the quarterback, when he's in trouble, he seems to get better.
Boy, here you go. We bunched up in a goal line defense to stop them on 3rd down and 2, and Sean Jones outruns us to the end zone on some misdirections. Good call by Georgia Tech. Excellent play by Sean.
7-3 Georgia Tech. Reggie Clark out of Charlotte. Watch this hit.
Another guy that's been around a long time, Reggie Clark, is doing so much for our kicking teams. Bam! Knocked the ball loose, and Georgia Tech's really fortunate to get on it there, John. Reggie comes back and has maybe the biggest play in the ball game in the second half in the same situation.
Sean Jones, quarterback, great speed. Look at this, Coach.
Yeah, worst thing we did all day is lose contain on the blitz. And he helps you lose contain because you better get way up the field. And I think we misjudged his speed there a couple of times. Excellent play by them.
And then they put right up the middle for 21 yards.
Softened us up, and they hit the draw play up inside.
Rodriguez is going to come up on 3rd down, 8 at the Carolina 30 and pick up 25 yards, and then the Carolina defense comes alive.
Again, sprint out. We miss a tackle here. Hang on, Cliff. Excellent pursuit. We played championship-type goal line and defense here on this series and in the second half, John. Got the fumble right here. We got it loose. Get on the ball. It's really close to having the turnover at this point.
3rd and 1. Tommy Thigpen's going to make a great play.
Tommy's a great player. Penetrates. We're in good position with Cliff Baskerville, Eric Gash. Tommy Thigpen makes a play, forces them to take 3 after the long drive.
And Carolina does force Georgia Tech a 21-yard field goal. 10-3, 5:34 left in the second quarter. And then, Coach, we're going to see Natron one more time with a terrific run.
Well, we were running the ball pretty well here. Natron cuts back inside. Joey Yock making a good block. Good blocking by the front people. We still didn't establish the throwing game like we need to, John. To beat a team in the top 10, top 11, we've got to throw the ball better.
Georgia Tech 10, Carolina 3 at halftime. Back with second half highlights after these messages.
Modern medical technology and equipment are now holding out hope for lives that would have been considered lost just a few years ago. But the cost of living is high, and it's driving up the cost of health coverage.
I love you.
At Blue Cross and Blue Shield, we fight those rising costs by offering not one, but a variety of plans to make sure that people get the medical attention they need.
Hi, I'm here in room 30 at a national motel chain and talking with a Mr.
Bill Byer.
Can you hear me all right, Bill?
Yes, sir.
Of course, if we were at a Red Roof Inn, we wouldn't be having this little chat.
Why is that?
Well, because Red Roof Inn's walls are made with 8 inches of solid masonry.
I didn't know that.
Well, now you do.
For a quieter room at a lower price, hit the roof. Red Roof Inns. Call 1-800-THE-ROOF.
So what do you do for fun, Bill?
Well, I'm never far from the old accordion.
So, did you bring the Coca-Cola Classic? Billy was supposed to. Not me.
Michael!
Michael! Billy forgot the Coca-Cola Classic. Coming right up.
Can't beat it.
Yes!
From a Coca-Cola Classic.
That's my Michael.
Can't beat the real thing.
North Carolina down a touchdown at halftime. Coach, what did you tell you guys at halftime?
John, I told them to relax and play. My gosh, we were uptight. They were discouraged. They were disappointed. They were a decided underdog coming into the ball game. Told them if we'd relax and play, we'd have a chance to win the ball game in the fourth quarter. Very proud. That's what they did.
Coach, we're going to pick it up first down and 10. Georgia Tech 33. Your defense continues to play great.
Outstanding job stretching it out, keeping it inside by Jonathan Perry. Then his partner in crime on the other side, Eric Gash, comes in to make the play.
Cookie Massey, sophomore, strong safety.
Good pressure by Eric Gash and Tommy Thigpen. Outstanding play by Cookie. I thought Cookie might bring this one back. He's got that old wide receiver running style here, John, starting to make a good play. Big play in the ball game to change field position, give us a chance to score.
Second down, 12, Tech 34, pass to Holiday.
Tech is blitzing, got in Todd's face. Corey slips a little bit here, makes some yards. They get the face mask call right there, gives us first down.
3rd and 1, Tech 23, Mike Falkerson.
Boy, we nearly broke this one. Fight through that, Mike. Corey Holiday downfield breaking. Those are the things we have to do to go ahead and put it in the end zone, John. Excellent cut by Mike, kick through that and go score.
26 yards, Gwaltney nails it. 10-6 Georgia Tech.
Again, Clint remains as one of the top kickers in the country.
Coach, here's a terrific interception.
Great job. Again, Tommy Thigpen's around. Excellent coverage by Cookie and Dale Jones. Dale intercepts it. Again, outstanding play by our defense.
That's 4th down. Scott McAllister, who had another terrific day, is going to punt. And watch Reggie Clark.
Well, Reggie had already told him he was going to be back, I think, John, and they were very much aware of him. What body control here to force the fumble. Comes out of the young Georgia Tech player's hands. Reggie gets on it, gives us a chance to go score.
First down at the 7, but Georgia Tech is very tough here. Natron means for 2.
Natron turns it up. Georgia Tech's given up 1 touchdown all year at this point, John, and very proud of this play. We come off tackle. Good movement by the right side. Excellent cut by Natron. Got in the end zone.
13-10, North Carolina. 13-18 left in the game. And now we're going to go down to where Georgia Tech has it 2nd and 4th. The Carolina 4. Coach, you just talked through this because it's 3 great plays.
Well, it's one of the better goal line stands probably in the history of our school. Dwight Hollier steps up on a 2nd down after we force the incompletion on 1st down. Come back again. Dwight Hollier, the reason he's all conference, John, penetrates with our defensive line, makes the play. 4th down and 1. Austin Robbins and Eric Gash penetrate. Look at the happy faces on that defense. John, this is something we haven't been able to do for 2 years, but to stop a top-rated team on 4th down and inches, difference in the ball game.
You'll have to do it again right after this play, too.
Well, they came back. We have a bust. Excellent play by them. Covington catches it. We missed the tackle. Got a lot of people chasing the ball. We're backed up again, but again, look at the pressure. The penetration here by Eric Gash and Tommy Thigpen. Alex Samakis is there. We're penetrating, John. We're coming after people trying to win the game.
Now watch Thigpen on this play.
Again, excellent coverage. It forces them to throw flat, short in the flat to their fullback. Tommy Thigpen is right there. Forces the field goal and gives us a chance to get the ball back.
13-13 with 1:01 left in the football game. Carolina now is trying to win it.
Trying to get the ball down the field, John. They drop so deep. We get the ball to Mike Falkerson. We have a couple other incompletions, and Georgia Tech comes back here with a Hail Mary on the last play of the game. Again, Georgia Tech comes from behind, tie our football team late. Very proud of their effort.
That pass up in the air, no good. So the ball game ends 13-13 tie. North Carolina football highlights brought to you by Gatorade. And Carolina strong safety Cookie Massey says the Tar Heel defense had something to prove.
Knew that everybody talked about Georgia Tech's defense, and we felt like we had just as good or better defense, and we wanted to prove that today. And effort-wise, the whole defense, we flew around, made some bad plays, but we also made some good ones. So we're not exactly really proud, but we feel good about where we are right now.
We feel like, we could have won, and we had a lot of opportunities to win, but we've made a lot of mistakes, and we're very fortunate to come out, as a tie, I guess. It feels good to know that we could play that well against a good team who is rated 11th team in the nation. So, you just have to come out here next week and, just try harder and just get ready for next weekend.
North Carolina 4-2-1 overall, 1-1-1 in the Atlantic Coast Conference after the tie with Georgia Tech. We're going to come back and meet a couple of outstanding North Carolina offensive linemen and also have a talk with a former Tar Heel All-American after this from First Union.
Performance banking, only from First Union.
And what's the number one thing you like about the South?
The food?
It's my home.
My mama.
Now that's hard.
And what's your number one headache powder?
Why, goodies, of course.
It's not without reason. People have made goodies number one.
Goodies.
Because it combines the two pain relievers that doctors recommend most.
Goodies.
And it's one of the few things most of us can agree upon.
Now that's easy. Goodies.
The South's number one headache powder.
With Eckerd Ultra Lab 35, you get the best 35mm prints, sleeved negatives, a portfolio case, and one great big extra, prints, 30% larger.
Eckerd Ultra Lab 35. Nothing looks better.
I hate it when this happens. When you bring your print film to Eckerd for Ultra Lab 35 or System 2 processing, you get more than just great-looking pictures. You get 2 rolls of Kodak film for the regular price of 1.
Eckerd Photo Processing. Nothing looks better.
Excuse me, I've got a split.
Right now, just underway, it's one incredible advantage clearance at your Chrysler Plymouth dealers. Huge inventories of Plymouth Voyagers have forced us to take action. So for a limited time only, you can get spectacular deals on the front-wheel drive minivan that drives like a car. Pick one out and get on-the-spot financing. Then drive home a roomy 7-passenger van. You can't afford to pass this up. Go see your neighborhood Chrysler Plymouth dealers now, where you have all the advantages, except time. Advantage Carolina. See your Carolina Chrysler Plymouth dealer today.
No football team is a whole lot better than its offensive line, Coach. These guys don't get a whole lot of publicity, but they deserve it. And we're going to talk to a couple of them today.
Well, they're both outstanding leaders. Kevin Donnelly, one of the dominant offensive linemen in the country right now. And we're very proud of Kevin, also an academic All-American. Andy's a great student. He's played guard. He's played center. And he's really been a stronghold at guard since the first of the year. Very proud of both young men.
Andy Dinkin and Kevin Donnelly, our Mike Small talked to them, and you'll see it today, brought to you by Eckerd.
If the way to a man's heart is through his stomach, then you've got to figure the path to playing time as an offensive lineman would begin with a trip to the supermarket. Kevin Donnelly and Andy Dinkin are roommates and offensive linemen on Carolina's football team. So logically, you'd figure there'd be quite a bit of food passing through their apartment. But as Donnelly explains, you can't just buy anything.
You know, a lot of people, when they're picking out their fruits and vegetables,
poke, prod, thump, do whatever they can to see if it's ripe or not. I have a special technique. I smell it. It smells slightly sweet, but I know it's ready and ripe, ready to eat. Real good.
But Dinkin has a different approach.
Don't get me wrong, I'm very nutritious conscious, just like Kevin. But I also believe in making my meals quick and easy. Shopping needs to be quick and easy as well. I'm all set for the week.
With the food situation settled, let's head back to the apartment and examine what life is like for these two as roommates. And rumor has it, Kevin Donnelly as well, a bit of a neat freak.
Money, Golden, I'm the good man. I just cleaned the kitchen about an hour ago. Look what you've done now.
Chill out, Mr. Clean. I'm just making some oodles and
I know, but you
noodles.
spazzed out. Look at the mess you made. No one has to be that messy making something.
I'm a little sloppy, but it's all going down the same tube anyway. I'll clean it up. Don't worry. Gosh. He's taught me a lot about organization and being neat. Not that I haven't always been a neat person, but Kevin is excessively clean, and I think he really enjoys seeing the carpet marks when he vacuums. I think that's a big turn on for him.
Donnelly says that while he spends his time cleaning up, Dinkin likes to spend his time reaching out and touching someone.
Every time the phone rings, you can about 90% chance it's for Andy Dinkin. He's got more people calling him. He's calling people. You know, if anything happens major in his life, he comes back and sends out about 10 calls. Mother, father, brothers, you know, everybody. He's got to know this. He's got friends all over the place, all over campus, and it's just, when we come home to the apartment after practice or a long day, you can bet that answer machine's bleeping with a message on it, and it's going to be for Andy Dinkin.
But when it comes down to football, Dinkin and Donnelly are very serious. Donnelly's an All-American candidate at left tackle, while Dinkin has exceeded expectations at right guard. It's hard for fans to know how an offensive lineman is playing during a game until he messes up. But here in the film room, the coaches get an accurate reading of their talent.
In my 20 years of coaching, Kevin Donnelly would really rank as the #1 tackle that I've coached. I mean, the things that Kevin do that make him stand head and shoulders above the other people, the fact that, first of all, he has great balance. He has the real outstanding size, and also he's a student of the game. He very rarely, if ever, makes a mistake.
Andy is as hard a working football player as we have, and it's very important to him. And he works hard every day he goes out there. The rest of them see this, and they work hard at it too because of Andy's work habits and Andy's leadership.
Enjoyed hearing from Kevin Donnelly and Andy Dinkin, and now we look back. Our flash from the past is former North Carolina All-American Art Weiner, who teamed up with Charlie Justice in the late 40s to give Carolina some great football teams. Brought to you today by Red Roof Inn. Art Weiner was an All-American receiver on those North Carolina football teams of the late 1940s that featured Charlie Justice, and that Weiner-Justice friendship has not only endured, but has grown over the years.
Matter of fact, we're probably better friends now than we were in school. And I've been in business with Charlie, and that worked out real well, and our wives are real good friends, and I think he's just a great guy.
Weiner and his son own a travel agency in Greensboro, and Art and his wife spend a lot of their time now traveling.
So we'll take a trip about once, twice every month. And I think I mentioned to you we're going to Japan in October, and we're going to stay a month over there. And we've been on 15 cruises now. We love the cruise, and that's a great way to travel, and it's a good value for the money. And we've been all over the world on different cruise ships. That's a lot of fun. I'd highly recommend it to you.
We're going to come back on the Mack Brown Show and talk about next week's game against Maryland, and Coach Brown might have a couple of other observations about the tie with Georgia Tech. After this, from First Union.
Hello, Mrs. Jennings. This is First Union.
I'd like to ask you a few questions about service.
We're tough on ourselves at First Union.
Were you pleased with our service? Do you find our 24-hour banking machines reliable?
I'm a branch manager.
Did we greet you with a smile?
How long did your transaction take?
And I'm going to see to it that you get service that no other bank can equal.
Did we have the information you needed?
My job depends on it.
First Union service. We guarantee it. We tested in laboratories. We tested on the asphalt, in the parks, and on the road. We tested when it's 102 and there's no shade. And
And we found that when you lose fluids, minerals and energy, nothing puts them back better than Gatorade. It's been proven again and again. But just to keep us on our toes, we test it every Sunday in front of 30 million people.
So, did you bring the Coca-Cola Classic? Billy was supposed to. Not me.
Michael! Michael! Billy forgot the Coca-Cola Classic! Coming right up!
Can't beat it.
Yes!
From a Coca-Cola Classic.
That's my Michael.
Can't beat the real thing.
North Carolina's much improved football team has Maryland coming to Kenan Stadium next Saturday. And if you want to keep up with Tar Heel football, right here's the answer. Carolina Blue comes out 40 times a year. Credit card orders can order today by calling 1-800-637-BLUE. Coach Brown did not want this show to go by without having an opportunity to say something about your kicking game, Coach.
John, when you go back and look at it, we said turnover ratio, kicking game, and field position would make the difference. If the defense doesn't give them the easy one, make them go the distance. Clint Gwaltney's 2 for 2 in the field goal range. Our kickoff coverage was dominant. But what about Scott McAllister? There's a turnover in the kicking game as Reggie Clark covers their punt. There's another close call. And then, John, the key play of the game, after Reggie gets his turnover, the other key play is kicking the ball dead at the 6-inch line.
Right.
Our kicking teams are playing as well as anybody in the country. When you make college football teams go the distance, we gained 4 turnovers. We didn't turn it over offensively, scored in the 4-down zone. That's what college football is all about. Not as pretty as we wanted offensively. We still got some work to do there. We understood that coming into the year, John. But our football team did what they had to do Saturday to put themselves in a position to win the ball game in the fourth quarter.
Maryland comes to Kenan Stadium next Saturday, Coach. Your team was disappointed. A lot of people were surprised, but the North Carolina team was disappointed with the tie. What kind of week of practice do you think you'll have this week?
Well, we're going to have to pick them back up. I feel like that after they get away from the tie and understand the progress that they've made, John, they've still got an opportunity to go to a bowl. They've got some tough games ahead in the next 4 weeks and some fun games, all conference games. And as soon as they start watching that Maryland film with their win over Duke last week, that'll get them out of it. It better. This team is a special group of young people for you North Carolina fans. They've wanted to win every ball game as much as anybody I've been around. They fight hard on Saturday. They're discouraged if they lose and probably, like me, too high if they win after the game, John. They weren't sure how to handle this one Saturday because they wanted to win so badly to put themselves up in the top 25. But they'll bounce back next week and play hard.
Well, Coach, good luck against Maryland because Maryland's playing good football, too.
Sure are, John. Thank you very much.
We thank you for watching. We'll see you right here next Sunday for Carolina, Maryland.
The Mack Brown Show has been brought to you by First.
Brown by about a half yard. And they're going to go for it again. Again, they'll go with that 2 fullback set of Harris and Caputo and bring on tight ends, actually tackles. Les Hall comes into the ball game. They've loaded it up power-wise.
First down near the 6-yard line for Rudy Harris. So again, Harris with the 4th down carry, and he picks up the first down.
And again with the quick count, John. Look at the down block by Stacy Long, number 67, right there in the middle of the pile. His down block from the right guard spot on Kevin Battle, the huge nose man of Georgia Tech, created the space to get the first down. That's why Stacy Long was a Sporting News All-American.
First down and goal. Williams to the 4.
If somebody is going to score a touchdown against the Georgia Tech defense this year, it will not come easily, and this drive has certainly shown that. 2 fourth-down conversions by the Clemson offense to keep the drive alive, and they've got 4 tough yards here as they have already run off 14 plays on this drive.
And they have used 6 minutes off the clock. Second and goal from the 4. Thomas the motion man. Williams. Nothing at all. Might have lost a half a yard as Coleman Rudolph led the charge.
There was a freshman mistake. The first time I've really seen Ronald Williams make a freshman mistake. He had blockers in front of him. Watch him try and cut back here. There's white shirts in front of him, but he tries to cut back. You get down inside the 10-yard line. You run north-south. You don't dance around. Williams danced that time and paid the price.
3rd and 5 for Clemson. Ken Hetfield trying to get it in the end zone some way, somehow. Smith in motion this time. Cameron will not get there. He stopped at the 4. It will be 4th down. Calvin Tiggle.
Will he try it again? 3 4th down situations. He's got Chris Gardocki by him. What does Ken Hatfield call? It is 4th and a long 4. Balcom on the safety blitz, force the play upfield. Tiggle and Williams make the tackle, and the touchdown streak, unless there's a fake, will continue.
So Georgia Tech holds inside the 5. A 21-yard field goal attempt will be coming up by Chris Gardocki. He has the only points of the afternoon for Clemson when he kicked a 38-yarder toward the end of the first quarter. We've had no scoring since. Gardocki's kick is up, and it is good. 7:23 remaining in the third quarter. Gardocki with another field goal. It's 14-6. Now a word from your local station.
With Christmas just around the corner, isn't now the time to build or reestablish your credit? American Securities Gold Plan has helped hundreds of thousands of people just like you get the credit they need. And the benefits are fantastic. An immediate $2,500 line of credit, Visa or MasterCard, cash loans, and much more. Call this number now for free recorded details. Your merriest Christmas ever is just a phone call away.
I like good clothes. The better the clothes, the better I look and feel. The one thing I don't like is spending a lot of money unnecessarily. I mean, you don't have to spend a fortune for a fine Italian suit. I shopped around, found incredible Italian suits at Today's Man. This was $250. Sold it for over $400 at other stores. So why go to other stores?
Today's Man. Dress well, spend wisely.
The time to own the four-door sports car, the car that's outselling all the other imports in its class, is now. Because right now, the luxurious comfort, the sophisticated control, and the sheer power of this vehicle are as close as your nearest Nissan dealer, where a special allocation of Maximas is now in stock. But hurry, because at these year-end prices, they could move even faster out of the showroom than they do out on the road.
We're going to give the business flyer what the business flyer is demanding. So we're going to say to them, at a coach fare on Eastern, you book and fly first class. We're going to give them a corporate rate that the corporate travel manager will approve. This is not a short-term promotion. This is a fundamental change in the way in which we're going to market business travel in the airline industry today, and Eastern is going to lead that effort.
14-6 is the score. 7:23 to play in the third quarter. Along with Mike Hogwood and Jack Corrigan, I'm John Sanders. A long opening drive in the third quarter. Took over 7.5 minutes off the clock. Officially 20 yards on the field goal. A big third down defensive stop by Tech.
Left side of your screen, number 43, right there. Thomas Balcom took away the blocker, Rudy Harris, for Deshaun Cameron. Tiggle and Williams were there, and it forced Gardocki to come in with a field goal. So they're happy that they got points, but it's sort of a shoot yourself in the foot kind of situation, John. They scored some points, but they ran off half of the third quarter. And if Georgia Tech moves the ball at all, Clemson's going to be faced with some tough time management the rest of this game.
Tisdale is deep, driven back into the end zone. He will come out. Across the the 20, near the 25, before he is wrestled down by Shane Scott, a reserve linebacker, a 28-yard return.
Must be a Tiger nose. Well, that was back in Cleveland in the dog pound. Well, Georgia Tech had just one first down on its last 3 possessions of the first half, John. See how they do as they have made their halftime adjustments for the second 30 minutes.
First down and 10. Sean Jones at quarterback. Scott in the fullback. Edwards is the tailback. 3 wide receivers, Merchant, Rodriguez, and Lester in the formation. Edwards. He's got 5, maybe 6 yards on the play. Robert O'Neill up to make the tackle.
And Arlington Nunn to add an exclamation point to it. Watch the good block out front by Lavin and Jenkins. It's the counter trap. Good block there. And then O'Neill and Arlington Nunn pop T.J. Edwards, but good yardage on first down.
Jenkins and Sifri, a couple of the veteran offensive linemen, have gone through the transition for Tech, with Bobby Ross coming in and taking over the program. Ball at the 30, it's second down. Scott nailed by Hammond.
Tried to catch the Clemson defense into over-pursuing, tried to sneak the handoff to Scott, and instead they ended up losing half of what they gained on the previous play. Little draw play action. And Vance Hammond sitting right where he's supposed to as the defensive tackle made the hit.
Tech has only 20 yards rushing in the game. Clemson 149. It's 3rd and 6. The blitz coming and the pass is incomplete for Merchant.
Arlington Nunn right on the edge of pass interference. Jerome Henderson make it 36 rather than 39. The Georgia Tech fans upset. Watch the right side of your screen. It's a hot pattern again. Now the official felt that Henderson was going for the football. That's a tough call. Henderson and Merchant and the football all arrived at the same time.
Henderson and O'Neill deep. Aldridge to kick.
And we've got Doug Brewster offsides, although Doug is saying he was drawn offsides by Steve Farr, and let's see what the officials say. If contact was made before Farr moved, it will go against Clemson. If not, it'll go against Georgia Tech.
Have a dead ball. False start on the offense.
Bobby Ross saying, how could that be? Well, what happened is that Farr started to move to the reaction of Brewster before Brewster made contact with him, and that's why it was a good call. Because the defense can jump back out of the neutral zone if they've not made contact.
So back them up 5 more. Just over 6 minutes remaining, 3rd quarter. Nice kick. Fair catch called for at the 31-yard line. Henderson makes the fair catch. Clemson used 7.5 minutes the first time they had the ball and got 3 points out of it. They're still down by a touchdown and a 2-point conversion. 5:57 remaining.
How about if we went back, John, to the final play of the first half when Chris Gardocki tried a 53-yard field goal, and it hit right where the upright and the crossbar come together on the right side of that field goal stanchion at the left end of the field. If he makes that, it's 14-9, a much different situation in this ball game.
The freshman Williams across the 30 powers his way forward to the 38-yard line, giving 7 on the play. Keith Holmes on the tackle.
By that I mean, John, they could get themselves into a situation where they could just use the leg of Gardocki and say, well, we keep getting into range and peck away with 3 points. Chris hits 5 of them, we win the ball game.
That's exactly right.
I'm sure, though, Ken Hatfield would like touchdowns, and the Georgia Tech defense trying to figure out a way to stop Williams.
Spinning off the first tackle is Kennedy, right near the first down marker. Tiggle and Fry double team for the tackle. Check the spot. It's very, very close.
Your attention, please.
First down, John.
Please report to the stand manager in your stand.
Had it all the way, didn't you, Jack? It is a first down.
With about 2 inches to spare.
At the 41, Georgia Tech, again looking to its defense, which has not allowed a touchdown, and that streak continues to grow. 18 quarters and climbing. 5 minutes and a half left in the third. Thomas in motion. Williams, the freshman, spun down after a gain of about a half a yard. Eric Fry and Willie Clay this time for Tech.
First time they have denied Clemson positive yardage on first down. Williams tried to bounce it outside. Fry coming from underneath really broke up that play. And you want to force Clemson into passing situations. Cameron's 1 for 7.
Williams now 91 yards rushing on 14 carries. Give him a yard on that one. It's 2nd and 9. Here comes Williams again. He's got a hole at midfield. He's got a first down near the 46-yard line as he dives forward. Jay Martin, number 80, comes up to make the hit. They will help their teammate up because Williams now 15 carries and 105 yards. But again, Jack, he hobbles away.
Well, he was a high school All-American out of 96 South Carolina. And hobbled or otherwise, he just goes to the sidelines, takes a blow for a while, comes back and says, I'm ready to go again, Coach. You got to like the toughness of that young man. Georgia Tech came in giving up only 62 yards a game on the ground. Williams has nearly 100.
He has over 100. Fighting forward for about 5 yards is Tony Kennedy, the fullback. Kennedy just kind of rolled for about 5 in the arms of Coleman Rudolph.
Well, there you see the all-time freshman rushing list. Terry Allen, the leader, with 973, and some other familiar names on that list. And Mr. Williams now number 2 as he surpasses the efforts of Kenny Flowers.
The ball at the 40, it's a gain of 5. Clemson with that powerful running game trying to wear Tech down. Close to another first. Battle makes the tackle on the play. It is Kennedy carrying, and now we're beginning to see, Jack, more of the offense, the execution we expected from Clemson coming in.
Well, and part of the factor is, John, we have played 11 minutes and 19 seconds of the third quarter. That Georgia Tech defense has been on the field for about 9 of those minutes, at least, and also played much of the second portion of the first half out on the field. They are starting to wear down, I think.
Time is called by the referee.
The worst thing that could happen to Bobby Ross was the 3-and-out situation with his offense after the Clemson field goal. They had a problem with the huddle clock. It was stuck on 0. It's been reset. It's operating again.
The head linesman, Richard Tyndall, came up to say something to the referee. Witherspoon now the tailback. Kennedy in front of him. Thomas left. Smith left. 2 wide receivers. Witherspoon. They're doing it 5 yards at a crack now, and Simmons makes the tackle.
And trying to counter it a little bit. Let's look at the offensive line of Clemson. We talk about coming off the ball and taking control of the line of scrimmage. Look at that right there. Look at the push by the guys in white. They sealed off the inside and created a good alley. Bobby Ross has gone to a lot of his second line players looking for fresher bodies out there.
The gain for about 3. Again, it's Kennedy. They had ripped off 5 straight 5-yard gains. This time they're going to be about 1.5 yards short of a first down.
Again, the only negative for Clemson is the fact that as they grind away on this clock, that's fine, but they have to get a touchdown. They are still 8 points down, and if they're going to do it the field goal route, they need 3 more field goals.
And as you can see, we are closing in on 2 minutes remaining in the third. Tech's offense has been on the field for only 1 possession. Loose football, and Cameron covers up. Flags down on the play as well.
Probably have a false start on the Clemson offense, which probably caused the bad snap, the bad exchange between Whitley and
Loud ball,
Cameron.
illegal motion on the offense.
They see the little flinch again by Whitley, the center. He flinched before he snapped the ball. And then he and Deshaun Cameron have problems with the exchange. Georgia Tech declines the penalty, and with the fumble, it's 4th down and 2. Almost 3. Length of the football inside the 23-yard line. They have to get to the 20.
So it is about 3 yards.
And Ken Hatfield says, let's put Mr. Gardocki out there again.
This will be a 45-yard attempt. They're going by your theory right now, taking them 3 at a time, Jack. As Gardocki is up. Long enough and good. Gardocki's 3rd field goal of the afternoon. He has all of the Clemson points. It's 14-9. Tech leads with 1:39 to play in the 3rd quarter. We'll be right back.
Inside the Infiniti Q45, the world is flat. Outside, the world's first full active suspension system senses, thinks, and reacts to every twist, turn, up and down. So inside, the world is flat, and you experience utter calm control in perhaps the most advanced luxury car the road has ever known.
I'm minding my own business, and this guy on the phone is chewing my ear up about how I have to leave MCI and come back to AT&T. He's going on about how important I am to him. And I'm wondering, I never felt important to AT&T before I left. It's like, can you give me savings like MCI? Can you guarantee I'll be happy with my service like MCI? So this guy says, all you got to do is switch. So I say, all you got to do is just give me the facts. Can you beat what I get with MCI? And this guy says, nothing.
Don't get pressured by AT&T. Get the facts.
One day there was just too much gray. I thought, should I or shouldn't I? I didn't. I was afraid it might look phony. I wanted natural-looking color, and I wanted to do it right, with no pouring and mixing. Nobody else could give me what I wanted until Clairol Option Instant for Men. I figured if it's from Clairol, I could trust it. I could. I went from gray to my natural-looking color in 5 easy minutes. My hair looks great, feels great. When I look in the mirror, I don't see gray. I see me.
Do it right with Option, also in gradual formula.
Oh, you're waiting for us?
Oh, well.
I didn't know. And when I see those people stand up, I just feel so grateful, so humble, because I feel like I've made them happy. Then I feel that they love me because I love them.
14-9 is the score. 1:39 remaining in the 3rd quarter. Clemson has had the football almost the entire 3rd quarter. They've gotten 2 field goals from Gardocki. With 5:23 remaining in the 1st quarter, it was 14-0 Tech. Their offense has been shut down by Clemson's defense since. Tisdall is deep to receive the kick.
That's unbelievable if you look at that time of possession. But from the Georgia Tech perspective, John, for all that time of possession, they've only given up 6 points.
A little shorter kick this time. Tisdall at his own 7. The 20, opens it up at the 30, fights his way to the 35-yard line.
14-9, and let's go back again to the final play of the 1st half. Chris Gardocki was on to try a 53-yard field goal. He was backed up because of a clipping penalty. Had almost enough leg. It hits the crossbar and goes short. If he had made that field goal, John, we're in a 2-point ball game, and he is the biggest weapon on the field in that kind of game.
From the 35, Tech will try to get it going. Backs are split. Edwards and Scott. Play action. That ball is deflected and intercepted. Clemson comes up with it. The linebacker McDaniel fighting his way to the 40, still on his feet. Spinning down inside the 40 at the 38-yard line. Hammond deflected the pass, and it was intercepted.
First turnover of the ball game by Georgia Tech. It couldn't have come at a worse moment as Sean Jones is intercepted for the 5th time this year. 6'7" Vance Hammond got a piece of the ball, and Eddie McDaniel happened to be in the right place at the right time. He showed some pretty good running ability as he moved it back upfield.
So the Tigers will have it at the 38 of Tech.
Williams back in at tailback.
He just keeps coming back for more. He's got the football, trying to move down the left side as he cut it back, and he fights his way inside the 30, down near the 35 rather, to the 33. Curly Day runs him out there. A gain of 5, and they continue, Jack, to do it from 5-yard blocks. 1:14 left in the third quarter.
Chris Gardocki being the weapon he is, they figure, well, let's see, we had 2 possessions in the third quarter, and now it ends up being 3, and we come away with field goals. Do that in the fourth quarter, those would be enough 3-pointers to win this game.
His third 100-yard game of the year. Harris. Marco Coleman made the tackle. Should be very close to another first down and another 5-yard pickup on the play.
Excuse me, John, you can see the Georgia Tech defenders slowly coming off the pile now. Starting to put their hands on their knees, on their hips a little bit.
That gain is 6. The ball is at the 27. Clemson just keep pounding and pounding at that Tech defense. No touchdowns. 5-point difference in the ball game. Williams stops, fights his way forward. He'll lose a yard. The first hit came from number 95, Marco Coleman.
And he went down clutching his right knee. Williams, who has had problems with that knee, is up again, and boy, what a tough kid he is. You can see him hobbling. Now, he doesn't want to come out of this football game.
He lost a yard on the play. It's spotted at the 28.
He will come out as Witherspoon comes into the ball game, but I guarantee you, we're going to see 25 again.
Smith and Thomas now the wide receivers. Witherspoon is the tailback. It's the fullback Harris, and he is knifed down after a gain of 1. Calvin Tiggle leading the surge.
And Marco Coleman, he's been quiet in this third quarter. Mr. Coleman, Calvin Tiggle, one of the leading tacklers for Georgia Tech, makes the stop as the clock ticks down the final seconds of the third period here at Bobby Dodd Stadium. It's going to be a fun fourth quarter.
The third quarter was dominated by Clemson. They just didn't get the touchdowns. They still need 5 as we go to the fourth.
Kelly knows a little beachfront hotel where the view is breathtaking, but the prices aren't. Now, where do you suppose she'd rent a car? Budget, where she can reserve a car that's less than 6 months old in less than 3 minutes. Bob Nickel knows a little French cafe where the food is magnifique, but the bill isn't. Now, where do you suppose he'd rent a car? Budget, where he finds the most luxury Lincolns over 3,500 locations worldwide at very tasteful prices. The smart money is on budget.
Any mower that can stand up to this kind of punishment, you'd call a great mower. But do it with a mower that's 15 years old, you'd have to call it a snapper. See the impressive performance of the new snappers. Check the yellow pages for your nearest dealer.
And I switched to MCI, and you'd think AT&T would give me a break, right? But no.
first thing is, don't you miss our great AT&T
Great?
service.
Can we define great?
MCI guarantees I'll be happy with the service, and I get savings. Instant credits on raw numbers. I mean, everything.
Great.
Well,
Great.
don't
Yeah.
you miss our great operators? Do they think they have the monopoly on operators, too? And then he says, would you come back for AT&T savings? Well, I said, can you beat what I get with MCI? Just give me the facts. He said, give you, what?
Don't get pressured by AT&T. Get the facts.
As we begin the final quarter, let's go down to Mike Hogwood.
You guys have said a lot about Ronald Williams. The story on Ronald today, he has a badly bruised knee. Every time he gets hit, the pain is incredible. He has to come out, but his teammates giving him a lot of encouragement, and this youngster showing a lot of heart and courage today. As you said, he'll be back in the lineup as soon as that pain subsides just a little bit.
3rd down and 10 for Clemson. Cameron steps up, looks long to the end zone. Way out of bounds and incomplete. Great catch by the fan. It was intended for Smith. Willie Clay was there. And by maybe those two guys, by 2, it is an all-time record attendance. 46,066, the most they've ever had at the newly redesigned Bobby Dodd Stadium.
Well, he wanted Terry Smith on the flag pattern. There are people who say Willie Clay is the best one-on-one cover man in the ACC, and he was all over Terry Smith.
This one will be a yard shorter than the longest that Gardocki has had this afternoon as he goes for his 4th field goal for the 2nd week in a row, and again he's there. So we talked about a jack at the beginning. Mike made a special point about Gardocki, and he's pulled him back. They are now within 2.
And that flipping penalty that pushed him back and that field goal try in the first half is the difference in the game right now. You'd have Clemson up by a point if it wasn't for the costly penalty in the closing moments of the first half.
Gardocki now with field goals of 38, 20, 45, and 44. That has been all the scoring that has happened since 5:23 of the first quarter when Jones went to Leicester for 17 and was 14-0. You have to credit the turnaround as we check out some 3rd quarter stats, certainly to the Clemson defense, because they have shut down the Yellow Jackets after that first quarter.
Well, the Yellow Jackets had just 6 plays in the 3rd quarter, make it 7 plays, and came away with just 4 yards and a turnover. Well, Clemson doing it all on the ground. They had a 15-yard pass completion early in the ball game, early in the 3rd quarter, I should say. That's been their only completion in the ball game. For Georgia Tech, they have to get down and come away with some points, John, or at the worst, knock 4 or 5 minutes off the clock. They have to give their defense a break. They are all on the bench and the sideline, very tired.
Fiscal will come out from 2 yards deep in the end zone. Pulling a wedge. He's got it at the 30, 35, 40. At midfield, he's got Gardocki to beat, and he beats him. At the 30, the 25. They run him down inside the 25. Henderson finally caught up with him, an 87-yard return. It will be spotted at the 13-yard line.
He nearly broke it on the last kickoff. They spotted something, obviously, in the Clemson kick coverage in their preparation this week. The Georgia Tech coaches, they had a convoy of blockers in front of Kevin Tisdale, a sophomore from Columbus, Georgia, and then he makes an excellent cutback at about the 30-yard line, picked his way through, stepped through the tackle of Gardocki, and only because Henderson had the angle on him did he not get it into the end zone.
88 yards officially on the kickoff return. And Tech has a 1st down and 10 at the 13.
And they're already in field goal range.
Edwards, the tailback, dives forward to the 10. There's Tisdale. He's part of the Georgia contingent that's so prominent here. Tisdale taking it down 88 yards. Boy, that breathes new life into the Yellow Jackets.
Well, the defense will end up back out on the field a little quicker than they wanted to, John, but if they're up by 9 points or 5 points, they'll feel a little better than if they're out there by 2. And now a timeout has been called by Sean Jones because there was only 5 seconds left on the huddle clock. Georgia Tech knows they must come away with points. Their lead is just 2 early in the 4th quarter.
When creating the new G20 midsize luxury sedan from Infiniti, these were just a few of the amenities we kept in mind. Seating surfaces that are fitted with leather, a cabin that heightens the level of comfort and stretches the limits of space. Of course, with 16 valves and 140 horsepower, that mind also has an alter ego.
We've owned this business for 12 years now. Rick's the numbers guy and Pete's ideas.
He keeps us from killing each other.
Well, somebody's got to. And we never really thought much about how much we depended on each other.
No. Until what happened to Joe last month.
That really threw us for a loop.
Could have been gone just like that.
And then where would we be?
Well, I could have had his office.
And I could have had his parking place.
Oh, come on, guys.
Yeah, but of course.
Of course.
No,
You know what?
You don't mean that, right?
We can split up his plan.
Guys,
All right,
you just talked...
Jefferson Pilot, Insurance and Financial Services.
I mean, who wants to eat bait?
Wasn't he the guy that got his head cut off? What are crumpets?
Come on, you whip. Come on.
We don't have it because you don't want it. At Days, what we do have are great rooms, great value, at over 1,000 great locations. And that's the honest truth.
Operator. Yeah. Operator. Ooh, yeah. No one doesn't like the ball.
It is a two-point ball game as Tech begins to line up inside the 10-yard line of Clemson. Georgia Tech has had the lead throughout. An 88-yard kickoff return sets this up. Second down and 6. Jones gets away from one man and steps out of bounds at the 6-yard line. That was Johnson who forced him out. Got away from Johnson, stepped out at the 6. It'll be 3rd and 3.
Well, this is the same play that produced a touchdown earlier in the ball game for Georgia Tech. But this time there was good coverage downfield, and Sean got whatever yardage he could get. They want to get the first down. They want to get 7, John, because a 9-point lead with what has happened for Clemson offensively might be too much to overcome. They've not gotten in the end zone yet, and they've taken a long time to get their field goals each time.
And again, some confusion. Sean Jones not happy with what he sees, and they take a second timeout.
Georgia Tech's baseball team will hold its 10th annual baseball Letterman's
Is
Game
not something
on Sunday, October
Sean
28th
or
at 1 p.m. at
Bobby
Chambers
Ross
Stadium.
wanted, but you don't want to make a mistake and take a 3rd and 2 play, John, and make it 3rd and 7 when you're trying to come away with a touchdown effort here.
10th annual Georgia Tech Letterman's Game on Sunday, October 28th.
13:57 remaining. It's 14-12. We'll return after this message from the Atlantic Coast Conference.
Two Craftmatic adjustable beds?
For the price of one?
It's true. You get 2 adjusted.
904 student athletes were named to the 1989-90 ACC Academic Honor Roll, a program which recognizes those individuals earning a 3.0 or a better grade point average for the entire school year. The Atlantic Coast Conference, preparing tomorrow's leaders today.
The decision has been made. Let's do a little forecasting, Jack. What do you think they'll do in this situation?
Well, I think you end up going to your bread and butter, and that is putting the ball in the hands of Sean Jones, whether they'll try the counter trap again or run some kind of option action. I think you want him to make the decision to get you the first down against the read of the defense.
There are 3 wide receivers. And they go to the tailback. Fighting through is Edwards and into the end zone. He's got a Georgia Tech touchdown. They spread it out, Jack, and then ripped it right up the middle.
I'm sure it's not what took place, but you never know. You almost wonder if the timeout was a setup. Sean Jones came away upset that they had to call another timeout. They come out in a spread offense. They've got Clemson figuring that they're going to attack the corners. That was just a straight lead handoff right up the gut.
And a big, big touchdown. The extra point, third of the day, is good for Scott Sisson. And Tech taking advantage of the 88-yard kickoff return, scores here.
Stephen Scotton with the big block on Doug Brewster. Big hole for T.J. Edwards. They couldn't close it down in time, and the senior transfer from Duke scores a big touchdown for Georgia Tech. Significant not only in terms of the 9 points now that Georgia Tech has on Clemson, it forces Clemson at least a little bit away from their run-only offense. It forces them to throw the ball more. Deshaun Cameron is 1 for 8 on the afternoon. Quite frankly, Clemson does not have the success throwing the football that Georgia Tech does, and because of that, they're going to be hard-pressed to score more than 9 points. It can be done, but it's just that much tougher now.
Edwards is the leading rusher for Tech in the game, and he has only 23 yards.
Well, TJ gave away the number 10 spot on the all-time kickoff return list on that kickoff return that set up the touchdown because TJ had the previous 10th best at 74 yards last year. They've had a 102-yard kickoff return here in Georgia Tech history. Dewey Scarborough back in 1919.
Waters will be kicking to Ryans on the right and Thomas on the left. Standing at their own 5, and Clemson's going to have to hurry it up now. They've possessed the ball for long periods of time. A very short kick, and will be caught at the 25-yard line.
You can fair catch a kickoff.
Munzon fair catches it.
Tyrone figuring that was the safe thing to do, and he's not wrong in that. But I tell you what, John, had he caught it, he probably would have gotten about 8 or 9 more yards. I think he could have gotten it out close to the 30-yard line.
I think he might have been a little bit of shock that the ball was coming to him. Because he's thinking block. He's not thinking catch the ball and run. It's at the 21, and it'll be 1st and 10.
Let's see who they have lined up at tailback. It'll be Derek Witherspoon, so Williams not yet back from that last hit on his right knee.
3 wide receivers in this formation. Cameron looks down the middle, goes down the middle. It's caught out to the 42 by Doug Thomas.
Much better job that time by Deshaun Cameron of relaxing back in the pocket. Gave himself a chance to set his feet, and almost like he took a deep breath before he threw the football. See the patience that time? He had good protection and threw the ball much better because he had himself in the proper mechanical setup.
Thomas this time will be split to the left and Smith to the right. Witherspoon near the 48-yard line. Gain of about 5. Williams and McClary defensively protect.
When we previewed this ball game several hours ago, we talked about the contact we were going to see this afternoon. We have not been disappointed. There have been some big-time hits here today.
13 minutes to go in the game. Couple up the middle. Battle stops Kennedy. Some other scores. It's 24-0 Virginia over NC State. 28-0 Duke over Western Carolina there in the second. Maryland's big over Wake Forest in the fourth. We're in the fourth here, and it's 21-12 Tech. Georgia Tech has led the entire game. They jumped ahead 14-0 in the first quarter. Then the Kardaki field goal machine brought Clemson back to within 2. An 88-yard kickoff return sets up the third Tech touchdown. They now lead by 9. 3rd and 4. Cameron will step up, and he looks to run. He's got the first down.
But stayed in bounds, and you wouldn't think that would be significant with 12 minutes to play in the ball game, but it is. They want to conserve time wherever they can.
Clemson has 2 timeouts remaining. They've taken 1. Tech has taken 2 of their 3, so they have only 1 available. There you see
Sean Cameron, who is playing in back-to-back big ball games, if you will. He had a great outing against Georgia. Has not played as well in this Georgia Tech game, but has a chance to rally here in the fourth period.
Fullback inside the 40-yard line. Kennedy very close to the 35 and also close, depending on the spot, Jack, to a first down. Tom Johnson made the tackle.
I think he's got it again. Tony Kennedy, he was penciled in preseason as their starting fullback, but came to camp a little bit out of shape in the minds of the coaches and has had to work his way back up the list. And he and Rudy Harris have shared the duties at fullback. Of course, Howard Hall, who had played very well in the early going at fullback, had arthroscopic knee surgery. Oh, I missed it.
Not by much, though. You're exactly right. Kennedy has kind of battled his way back into the picture. He played a lot more last week against Georgia, getting a lot more playing time here this afternoon. It'll be second down and short yardage. Just need to nudge it another 6 inches or so.
Let's see if they do some kind of play action here and try and throw the ball deep.
Thomas and Godlock split to the right. They go right up the middle. Cameron just sticks his head down and moves it inside the 35 to the 34, and they get a new set of downs.
We still harken back to the problem of throwing the football, and the reason why they have broken down and eventually kicked field goals when they have gotten deep into Georgia Tech territory, John, is that as the field narrows, the field of the coverage that the defense is responsible for narrows, you start getting more and more people to help you with your run support, and those 5-yard gains become 2-yard gains.
Kennedy again, but he could not escape the grasp of Calvin Tiggle. No gain. 11 minutes now remaining in the game. You got to hand it to this Tech defense too, Jack. They've been on the field almost the entire second half.
The offense has been on the field probably 3 minutes of this second half, and we have played nearly 20 minutes of game time.
Second and 10. Cameron with some play action and rolling left. Looking, he's got a man downfield, but the ball is thrown short. It was the tight end Fields, the intended receiver, but Curly Day was able to recover and get back and knock the ball down.
Well, Curly Day should have had the interception. Marco Coleman fights off the block of Eric Harmon, puts a pop on Cameron. The ball is short, and Curly should have had that one.
Down we go to Mike Hogwood. Mike?
Well, guys, some bad news for Clemson. 10.5 minutes to play, and they're going to have to do it all without number 25, Ronald Williams. One hit too many on that right knee. It's really hurting him right now, and he's not going to be able to play anymore today.
All right, Mike, thank you very much. It's third down and 10 now. He had the receiver. The tight end was open, Jack. Because of the pressure, the ball thrown short was not intercepted, so Clemson stays alive here.
Safety blitz.
Cameron able to get away at the 40. Uses his speed at the 35. The 30's got a first down, and he steps out of bounds at the 23-yard line. And Stacy Fields, the tight end with the block that set it up, and he picked up the first down.
Deshaun Cameron looked like he was in trouble. Thomas Balkin to the right of your screen on a safety blitz. Gets off the block momentarily at Witherspoon, and now cutting against the grain. And watch Jarrell Williams go flying here. Now, it wasn't Williams, it was Calvin Tiggle who went flying on the Stacy Fields block, although Cameron had already determined that he was going to go out of bounds. Deshaun with a big play and the third down scramble to keep the drive alive.
The ball resting in between the 23 and the 24. Look at the possession difference. Witherspoon.
Oh, my.
He was crunched. Day and Tiggle coming up. And Calvin is still down.
Calvin Tiggle came in with 40 tackles on the year, and I'm sure you could add a half dozen or more to that total this afternoon.
I bet right now he feels like he's made 40 in this game.
Senior out of Fort Washington, Maryland, a management major here at Georgia Tech. 10-10 to play in the ball game. You saw a few moments ago the time of possession advantage for Clemson. It's unbelievable in this second half. But the only numbers that really count show Georgia Tech still leading 21-12. Let's see if we can see if this is just a fatigue play. Might have gotten a stinger. You know, you get that hit on your shoulder and you get that momentary numbness when you take a pop. You pinch a nerve momentarily, and I can tell you, John, it's not a damaging thing at all, but it's a very strange sensation. You know, for folks who have hit their funny bone, their crazy bone on their elbow, well, it's that sensation on the whole, from the shoulder down to your fingertips. It is a weird feeling, but once it goes away, you're fine, and I'm sure we'll see Calvin back in a play or two.
So a tickle for Tiggle, and he comes off. The ball still spotted at the 24. It's second down.
A tickle for, he might not think it was a tickle.
No, I bet he doesn't. Well, he's battled hard, though. Clock is restarted. 10:05 remaining in the game. They lost a half a yard on that play. Cameron completes the pass. Knifed out of bounds. Near the 5 is the tight end, Stacy Fields. Hurley Day made the tackle, but again going to the tight end.
Well, we saw that a couple of weeks ago in the game against Duke. You give up the tight end in terms of pass coverage. You can see it was supposed to be the linebacker, Eric Fry, covering Stacy Fields, and he ran a crossing route away from the action of Deshaun Cameron. First and goal. Clemson's been down there before, but they haven't crossed the goal line.
11 plays, 3:41 off the clock so far. It's at the 8. Witherspoon got his head inside the 5 and then was driven back. Ken Swilling to meet him there as he got to the 5-yard line, and that's it, along with Chris Simmons.
Well, with the lack of throwing this afternoon by Clemson, Ken Swilling hasn't been involved in the action as much. But down here, he can be a factor in terms of making tackles, because right now he's only got to worry about 15 yards of coverage. Doug Thomas limped off the field with a twisted ankle or knee. Rodney Blunt has come into the ball game, and Cameron will take the second timeout of the second half for the Clemson Tigers.
9:13 remaining. We're going to pause here for a word from your local ACC station.
2 Craftmatic adjustable beds?
For the price of one?
It's true. You get 2 adjustable beds for the price of 1 with the purchase of any Craftmatic Monaco. It's Craftmatic's most exciting money-saving offer ever. Pick up your phone and call toll-free, and you'll receive this free 2-for-1 certificate by mail. This certificate entitles you to choose the Craftmatic Model 3 adjustable bed of your choice and receive it free with the purchase of the same size Monaco. Monaco's standard features include a quality orthopedic mattress, fingertip adjustability, dual variable speed massage, and a therapeutic heat control. This remarkable 2-for-1 offer may be withdrawn at any time. So call and get your free 2-for-1 certificate and Craftmatic's full-color catalog free by mail right away.
Call 1-800-227-1900. That's 1-800-227-1900 toll-free. Call 1-800-227-1900.
Before you choose a body shop, do they know where to look for hidden damage? What about Unibody Construction? Are they skilled in the latest technology? How about color matching? Can they deliver? If you don't know, you better get Mako.
An American classic for Mark Twain, the tale of a mysterious stranger who changes the town forever. A We're on Your Side for Education special for the whole family. Sponsored by GTE SpaceNet and your Washington area Honda dealers. The Mysterious Stranger, Sunday at 2:30.
ACC football from Atlanta is brought to you in part by Sovereign Bank. Ask about a Sovereign Select account. Well, can Tech dig in one more time. The ball is at the 5-yard line. It is 2nd down and goal. Clemson will go with Witherspoon, Blunt, and Kennedy in the backfield, and 2 tight ends, Fields and Salmon. Witherspoon to the 3.
You've got bodies flying everywhere. And Thomas Balcom right here, the strong safety, was lined up on the line of scrimmage to the right of your screen. And he just was like a missile propelled at the middle of the Clemson offense. Got a piece of the tackle. You can see 19 quarters and 6 minutes without a touchdown, with the closest threat yet.
An extra lineman Hall is in there. Diving down to the 1-yard line, but still short, is Kennedy. It will be 4th and a yard, maybe a yard and a half, depending on the spot. The clock is stopped with 8:31 to go.
I'll tell you what, I'd kick the field goal. There's enough time left, 8.5 minutes. You kick the field goal, and now a touchdown wins the ball game for you, but Kenny Hatfield wants the touchdown now.
They've been looking for the touchdown the entire ball game. 4 Gardocki field goals are all they have to show for it. The ball is resting at the 1. It is 4th down. Hang on. Witherspoon. No, he did not get in. Tech has held.
And you know what's most amazing of all, John? They stopped him with 10 men on the field. They made a last-minute substitution, and 1 extra guy came off the field. There were only 10 Georgia Tech defenders on the field, and they still stopped the play. Calvin Tiggle and Marco Coleman, low and high, make the stop on Witherspoon.
It looks like it's open for a moment, and then the door closes.
Marco Coleman was blocked, got back on his feet, got a piece of him, and Tiggle stuffed him on the goal line.
Running out of the end zone is T.J. Edwards.
Mano a mano on the goal line, baby. And that's a big-time hit by Calvin Tiggle.
You can't say enough about Tiggle and the Tech defense. They have answered the call today. They've played almost the entire second half. We still have 7:35 remaining in the game. Jones out of the end zone and out of bounds. He got to the 10. Simmons forced him out.
Chester McLaughlin thought for a second he had a chance for a safety, but the 300-pound defensive tackle just didn't have the maneuverability. That was sort of the 18-wheeler against an infinity. He didn't have a chance. Just a little too much quickness there.
And just a step short of the first down. It'll be 3rd and 1. And don't you know, Tech would love to keep the football in the hands of the offense for a while. 2 tight ends. Now Clemson will try to dig in. There is movement all over the place. Flags down.
Chester McLaughlin, I think, was in the neutral zone. Now, whether he was drawn off sides remains to be seen. No doubt that Scotton was stopped short of the first down. But was McLaughlin in the neutral zone?
They had a motion, illegal motion on the offense.
No, it was the offensive line at Georgia Tech that drew Chester McLaughlin into the neutral zone. They are shy of the first down. Let's see the movement. Yep, right there. A little bit of a flinch by Darrell Jenkins. It would either be 4th and a yard or 3rd and 6, and I would guess you're going to decline the penalty. You need the football because you're down 9 points.
That is the decision with 7:19 to play. So the Tech offense cannot pick up a first down. So again, Coach Hatfield will have his offense back out there, and Jack, there is still time.
Henderson and O'Neal deep to receive the Aldridge punt.
position as O'Neal slips through for a yard or two, and he's at the 42-yard line. It's only a 34-yard kick, a 3-yard return. Stacy Parker down on the kick team. So from the 42-yard line, Clemson will come again.
Stephen Scott, when he was stopped in that third down play, probably had the helmet come down on the bridge of his nose. Getting a little attention on the sidelines. You can see the domination in the second half by Clemson, but it's only produced field goals, and the kickoff return by Kevin Tisdale, the difference in the ball game to set up that big touchdown.
The Tigers are ready again. Cameron pumps and now wants to go deep down that far sideline, and it is in and out of the hands of Thomas, and again Clay back there in coverage.
Really big play, Clay. He was beaten on the play. One of the real ingredients you look for in a defensive back, particularly a cornerback, John, recovery speed. When you've been beaten on the play, how well do you recover and get back to the ball? And that's just what Willie Clay did there. He was beaten on the play by Doug Thomas. It wasn't a bad ball thrown that time by Deshaun Cameron, but Clay was able to get that burst of speed at the end of the play and break up the pass.
Willie Clay from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, but he went to a private school. He went to school in West Virginia in high school. He's now a junior. Cameron will go out of bounds near the 40-yard line. Jarrell Williams ran him out, and of course, back in the backfield, it was Marco Coleman who was chasing him all over the place again.
Sean Jones, who has not had a lot of success in the second half. In fact, Georgia Tech's offense just produced on the touchdown drive. But Sean has gotten his club up by 9, and with the clock a factor, 6:57 to go in the ball game, it might be enough. But you can bet they're telling him, you've got to get us some first downs, kid.
Third down and long yardage. Cameron steps up, fires, it's intercepted at the 24-yard line. Keith Holmes with his second interception of the year. It was intended for Terry Smith. And again, that Georgia Tech defense is equal to the challenge.
I'm not really sure where Deshaun Cameron wanted to go with this ball. He had good protection against the blitz. Oh, there's what happened. Terry Smith stopped on the play. The freshman, running a curl route, needed to keep coming around the linebacker underneath. That's what Cameron read. That's an interception that you have to fault the receiver, not the quarterback.
The ball is close to the 25. It is 1st and 10. Edwards for 5. Rob Bodine made the tackle, but a 5-yard pickup for the redshirt senior from Moultrie, Georgia, T.J. Edwards. Let's go down to Mike Hogwood.
Obviously having some problems with the microphone down on the sidelines. We'll try and get the mic later.
A gain of 5. Clock moving with 6:20 to play. Loose football. Clemson has it. Unfortunately, Bobby Rodriguez never saw it. McLaughlin jarred the ball loose. And Bobby Ross will watch Clemson come at his defense again.
Robert O'Neal comes away with the football. Bobby Rodriguez, as John mentioned, was standing right by the football and didn't know it was on the ground. McLaughlin right there strips it away from T.J. Edwards. Rodriguez, it rolls right underneath his feet as he's trying to block O'Neal.
He's probably trying to figure out where all these bodies are coming from. He's just out there to make a block.
McLaughlin ripping the ball away on the backside. It slid right through the legs of Arlington Nunn. Second turnover, McLaughlin, the big guy, forcing the turnover.
From the 41-yard line, Witherspoon. Down near the 31, Jarrell Williams made the tackle. Should be enough for the first down. We're at Bobby Dodd Stadium in Atlanta for an ACC showdown between Georgia Tech and Clemson. Tech has had the lead all the way, now up by 9. Clemson scoring 4 field goals from Chris Gardocki. A couple of touchdown passes in the first quarter by Jones. An 88-yard kickoff return, setting up a 5-yard touchdown run for the 3rd Tech touchdown. is Harris. Simmons makes the tackle, and Jack, over and over again, they have hammered away at the Tech defense.
And George O'Leary, the outstanding defensive coordinator for Georgia Tech, has really shuffled in lots of different bodies to try and keep people fresh. He's got Jay Martin, the senior safety man, who has battled back from a serious knee injury out there now to help out. You're looking for guys who are going to make the big hits because Clemson has just not thrown the ball.
Ryans and Smith are split to the right. Witherspoon, with his head down, slams forward to the 21. Jay Martin made the tackle, and that's going to be close, but maybe a bit shy of another first down.
But that clock, and keep in mind, Clemson has just one timeout left. Will be at about 5 minutes and counting when the Tigers snap the ball here on 3rd and short yardage.
Mike Samnick, the tight end, will bring in the play call from Ken Hatfield. 5 minutes to go in the game. The ball is at the 22-yard line. And again, the fans try to rally the Tech defense. 3rd and 1. Witherspoon dives for the first down.
He almost lost the football, too.
Jeremiah McClary, with help from Jay Martin, bring him down.
Good push off the line of scrimmage by the Clemson offensive line, and Witherspoon just knifing his way ahead past McClary to get the first down, but the clock keeps moving.
The ball is at the 20-yard line.
Still harking back to that effort on 4th down, John. I would have kicked the field goal. Now you'd be going for the win.
4:30 to play. Kennedy. Near the 10, Jeremiah McClary and Calvin Tiggle for the tackle.
Put it to the 5. They're going to call a late hit on Jay Martin.
So it will be 1st and goal again.
Kennedy, as he was lunging forward for some extra yards, right at the end of the play, watch this, the 230-pound load at fullback, fighting his way forward, and he was down. That's a good call as Jay Martin led with the head with the ball player already on the ground. 1st and goal on the 5, inside the 5 actually, about the length of the football inside the 5.
Well, they've been there before. Bobby Ross's defense has had the answer all afternoon. Now being asked again. Witherspoon to the 3. Does this sound like a replay?
Well, even if they score here, they're going to have to successfully convert an onside kick try because they have really no other way to stop the clock with the one timeout left. But if they were to recover an onside kick after a touchdown, with Gardaki's range, he wouldn't have to go very far to try and win it with a boot.
Hatfield trying to get his team going. There's the touchdown. Deshaun Cameron taking it into the end zone, and Clemson has finally broken through. After 19 quarters, Tech's defense yields a touchdown. But they did not go down without a fight. Unfortunately for Tech, Swilling is down as well following the play.
That bad ankle, as Kenny tried to step up, he was blocked on the play and hurt the ankle again. Cameron goes into the end zone with the first Clemson touchdown of the afternoon. 3:27 to play in the football game. Each side has one timeout left. Certainly from Clemson's perspective, we'll get one more look at the touchdown from behind the offense. The option attack, and the block was a good one on Swilling by Paul Caputo. Paul Caputo made the block that enabled Deshaun Cameron to get it into the end zone. And now Gardaki will try and make it a 2-point ball game again. But I was going to say, John, if they don't recover the onside kick, they can stop the clock with one timeout. But then after that, you figure that Georgia Tech should be able to run a couple of minutes of that 3:27 off the clock. If they get a successful punt away, Clemson would have to march at about 40 yards or 50 yards for a Gardaki field goal try with not much time.
Only 2 first downs in the second half for that Tech offense. The extra point, as expected, is good. 3:27 remain. Don't go anywhere. It's a 2-point lead for Tech. We'll be back to Atlanta.
Inside the Infiniti Q45, the world is flat. Outside, the world's first full active suspension system senses, thinks, and reacts to every twist, turn, up and down. So inside, the world is flat. And you experience utter calm control in perhaps the most advanced luxury car the road has ever known.
Intelligent advice. It can lead you into the market or into alternatives to the market. The leading Southeastern investment firm offers a full range of products and services, many specifically designed for the Southeastern investor. We urge you to take full advantage of our expertise before making your next investment, to seek intelligent advice before making your next move. Interstate Johnson Lane.
It's ever so tough being ranked #1 and not being rank. What assists me is the maximum protection and aromatically airy scents of Right Guard Sports Stick from Gillette. Anything less would be uncivilized.
Any mower that can stand up to this kind of punishment, you'd call a great mower. But do it with a mower that's 15 years old, you'd have to call it a snapper. See the impressive performance of the new snappers. Check the yellow pages for your nearest dealer.
21-19 is the score. Along with Mike Hogwood and Jack Corrigan, I'm John Sanders. You see the time remaining in the game, 3:27. 2 minutes and 48 seconds on that drive. After 19 quarters, somebody finally gets it in the end zone against Tech, and it's Deshaun Cameron.
But it took the costly turnover to enable Clemson to do it. The fumble by Edwards gave Clemson renewed life when it looked like they were just about done for the day.
Gardocki drives it deep. Tisdale will not come out with this one. It was his 88-yard kickoff return that set up the touchdown that appeared, Jack, that would give Tech enough cushion. Let's go down again to Mike Hogwood. Mike?
Well, guys, just before the offense came out, they had a big huddle on the sidelines, and the big chant was first down, first down. They know they don't have many first downs in the second half, and they know if they want to beat Clemson, now is a drive when they need a couple of first downs worse than anything.
Well, with the one timeout, John, they really only need one first down.
3:27 remaining in the game. William Bell at running back. First time we've seen him this afternoon. He backs off into the I formation. Scotton is the fullback. Jones has gone all the way at quarterback. And it's Bell. 25, 30. He's got the first down close to the 34-yard line. Robert O'Neill ran him out.
Good block on the sidelines by Greg Lester to give William Bell more yardage as well. Here's that outstanding counter trap that Georgia Tech runs so well. This time it was Mooney and Sifri from the right side going back left. The only thing that William Bell did wrong, John, is he went out of bounds.
It's 1st and 10. Again, Bell spinning his way forward to the 39-yard line. Ed McDaniel made the tackle. 3:10 to play.
With just the one timeout remaining, Clemson has to wait for a third down situation to use that last timeout. And Georgia Tech will milk as much of that 25-second huddle clock as they can. It still has 10 seconds here.
Shifting back into the I formation is William Bell. Bell has it. He's stacked up. Again, McDaniel. And this time, Chester McLaughlin there for Clemson.
Just a toss sweep to the left side, try to go behind your fullback, but the blitz was on. McLaughlin got good upfield penetration from his tackle spot. Third down and about 6 with just over 2 minutes to go here in the fourth quarter and a 2-point Tech lead.
Fake the bell. They dump it off to Scotton, and he can't hang on. Scotton has the first down in his back pocket, and he dropped the football.
He not only had the first down, he had about 10 more yards. And Stephen Scotton, who earlier in his career had trouble catching the ball, had really improved in that area, just turned. You could see his head turn before he had possession of the football. And the Clemson Tigers still have life with 1:56 to play.
Number 5, Scott Aldridge.
And Aldridge needs to get off a good punt here.
The near sideline, and it takes a dramatic Clemson bounce. Spotted at the 48-yard line of Tech.
They're almost in Gardaki's range already.
The net yardage is 10. That was about a 15-yard backwards bounce. It's a 2-point ball game.
They need, as we've seen earlier this year, Gardaki has hit from 57 yards. They only need to go 9 yards to set up a 57-yard try.
Gardaki has 4 field goals in the game. His longest has been 45. Cameron rolling left. Now tries to turn it up, and they spin him down. Jarrell Williams there to spin him down.
You don't need that. You don't need to go backwards. Big play by Williams and Coleman. And now Clemson uses its final timeout with 92 seconds to go in the game. You see the Gardaki distance capability. He's going to be asked to do it again. 1:32 to play in this one. Don't go anywhere.
Until recently, my job was a nice job. I made sure everyone in our company understood our insurance benefits package, especially me. But then they started to make all these new rules and regulations. Do you know what COBRA is? Let me tell you, it's not a reptile. And Section 89? No. I still haven't found anyone to explain that one. Oh, and then there's this thing called Tefra. It's funny. I used to think that was a shampoo.
Jefferson Pilot, Insurance and Financial Services.
A6, hurry and you'll make it.
Delta Airlines ticket agent Sam Singletary knows how to get people moving.
Mr. Franklin, your bag.
But sometimes he has to show off a few moves of his own. The kind of moves that made him a first-string halfback. Sam Singletary shares a feeling with everyone at Delta. He loves what he's doing, and it shows.
We love to fly,
He's security.
and it shows.
ACC football has been brought to you by the Jefferson Pilot Life Insurance Company. For insurance and financial services, better call JP. By Schlitz Malt Liquor. No one does it like the Bull. By the airline of ACC country, Delta. We love to fly, and it shows. And by MCI's Prime Time Plan. Real savings 24 hours a day.
It is hang-on time with 1 minute and 32 seconds left. Bobby Ross in the biggest game that he's been in since coming here. Witherspoon breaks free. Dives forward to the 44-yard line. Thomas Balcom made the tackle. Clemson is out of timeouts.
They need about 3 yards to give Gardocki a chance.
Out of bounds and incomplete. Witherspoon, the intended receiver, but they say he was out of bounds and it is incomplete.
And Derek made a bad mistake there. He didn't even get the first down opportunity. Had he caught this ball in bounds, he was still 2 yards shy. Well, they felt he didn't have control of it before he went out of bounds.
And that was pretty obvious. The ball was slipping through his hands as he fell out of bounds.
Now it's 4th down. Courtney Mawsey making sure out on the field that everybody knows it. No 5th down here like in the Big 8 a week ago. And Chris Gardocki is going to have to try a 61-yard field goal.
Well, he hit one from almost 58.
He's hit one from 59 in high school.
This is 61 yards. No, going to be way short.
They just asked too much of that young man. One time too many.
And the celebration begins for Georgia Tech. Tech about to go 5-0. They're off to a tremendous start. North Carolina on the road next week for Clemson, on the road at NC State next week. And when you get to that distance and every kicker knows where he is and what he has to do, he simply tried to kick it too hard instead of going through his regular motion.
Without question. Go back one more time, John, to that field goal at the end of the first half. It's the difference in the ball game. He hit the crossbar from 53 yards away, but he was that distance only because of a clipping penalty on a run by Deshaun Cameron. He would have been in chip shot range with his strong leg, and we would have had a much different scenario down the stretch. But Bobby Ross, I guess the key in Atlanta, John, is that if you want to be successful, you got to have a Bobby as a head coach, whether it's the late great Bobby Dodd, Bobby Crimmins with the Tech basketball team, and now Bobby Ross with the Yellow Jacket football squad.
And that should be the final kneel down of the game. You can go back to some disheartening moments 3 years ago for Bobby Dodd when he was shellacked and disappointed and ready, some said, to give it up. But he stayed with it, and Tech rolls on, still undefeated. A tremendous battle between two great ACC football teams this afternoon. We knew it would be close. 21-19 is the final. Mike is down with the winning coach. Mike?
We're down here in the middle of a bunch of photographers and happy Georgia Tech players. Bobby Ross, what a job by your whole team today.
Well, we couldn't get anything going the second half offensively. Our defense was super. They were just fantastic. I thought Kevin Tisdale came in, did a great job on that kickoff return. That got us the final touchdown. Super win for our program. We hung tough. It wasn't pretty, but we really played hard, Mike. We really played hard.
Have you ever seen the crowd as into a game since you've been here at Georgia Tech?
No, not since I've been here. No.
Wow. Well, congratulations. A big win for Georgia Tech and head coach Bobby Ross, as you heard. Let's go back upstairs now to Jack and John.
An outstanding football game has been won by Georgia Tech. A 2-point victory. We'll have some more thoughts when we return. Let's pause first for a word from your local ACC stations.
Is there anything better than this advice? Or this recommendation? Or this one?
Hello, this is Prologue. May I help you find a doctor?
If all doctors have the same office hours, the same treatment styles, the same specialties, if all doctors charge the same fees and work with the same insurance companies, an objective source of information for consumers on doctors would have no reason for being.
Let's start by telling me where you live.
Prologue is that objective source of information. Before you see the doctor for the first time, you'll know, if you want, up to 1,300 pieces of information on each doctor, the kind of information you just can't get from a friend or relative.
She says she wants her patients to know everything she's doing and why.
For 95% of the people who make an appointment, Prolog has become the best way to find a doctor. For them, even better than friends and relatives. Call Prolog by dialing doctors. It's free, it's hospital supported, and it works. Besides helping you find a doctor, we'll even help you make an appointment.
Hold on while I connect you to the doctor's office.
If your child is helpless, remember, you're not. Depression is a treatable disease. Call Psychiatric Institute of Washington at 202-467-HOPE.
Before you choose a body shop, do they know where to look for hidden damage? What about unibody construction? Are they skilled in the latest technology? How about color matching? Can they deliver? If you don't know, you better get Mako.
You picked the One Book Player of the Week on News 7 Sports Sunday.
21-19 is the final score, a 61-yard field goal short near the end of the game. And let's salute our Schick most valuable players for the ball game. For Clemson, Ronald Williams, who finally went out with a knee injury, battled hard, 108 yards, his third 100-yard game of his freshman season. And Calvin Tiggle, who led a tired but terrific Keck defense in holding off. As part of the Schick Most Valuable Player Award Scholarship Program, Schick will donate $1,000 to the Atlantic Coast Conference to be distributed among member institutions under a conference-approved plan. The Schick Slim Twin disposable razor, it reaches every place on every face. And the next face is Mike Hogwoods. Down to him.
All right, Willie Clay, another member of that defense. Big play, Clay, and you had a couple of big plays today.
Yeah, we really needed this one bad. I mean, our defense really stuck together. We were on the field for the whole second half. It felt like we made the plays when we had to. I'm very glad we, came out with the W. Hats off to Clemson because they came back in the second half and really played us tough.
What does this mean for this football team now? You gave out a touchdown, but I think you proved a lot to the national people today.
Oh, yes, most definitely. We're looking for the national spotlight, having trouble getting it. But, our defense and offense stuck together well. Now we're 5-0. We've got to keep on going in ACC next week. North Carolina, take it one step at a time.
All right, that's Willie Clay, one of the heroes today. Back upstairs.
All right, Mike, thanks very much. Now it's time for the option play of the game, brought to you by Option Gray Coverage for Men, the advanced way to get rid of the gray, and without question, the key play in this football game. Clemson had narrowed the gap to 14-12, and Kevin Tisdale, a sophomore running back out of Columbus, Georgia, behind a great wedge block, broke open, cut against the grain, and ran the 10th longest kickoff return in Georgia Tech history, 88 yards to set up a touchdown by T.J. Edwards. It was enough to enable Georgia Tech to preserve a unbeaten streak that now goes over the course of a couple of seasons that grows bigger by the day, now 9 in a row for the Tech football team.
Tech has won 10 games in a row at home. 12 out of their last 13. They are undefeated in this season. Congratulations to them. We thank our executive producer, Jimmy Rayburn, Steve Craddock, and Dave Burchett for their help here in Atlanta, and the rest of the fine crew, Joel Alterman and Ginger Littlejohn for helping us upstairs. 21-19 is the final score this afternoon. I'm John Sanders saying thank you very much to Corrigan and to Hogwood this afternoon. JP Sports personnel outfitted by Champion Products. And you can contribute to your favorite ACC school by renting from Budget, the official car and truck rental company of the ACC. Call Budget for details. You've been watching JP Sports exclusive coverage of Atlantic Coast Conference football.
If you're serious about building or reestablishing credit, American Securities Gold Plan can solve all of your credit problems now. Since 1976, we've helped hundreds of thousands of people just like you solve their credit problems forever. Everyone is accepted. No one is turned down. An immediate $2,500 line of credit, Visa or MasterCard, cash loans and more are just a phone call away. Call this free number now for recorded details. It could be one of the smartest moves you've ever made.
The time to own the four-door sports car, the car that's outselling all the other imports in its class, is now. Because right now, the luxurious comfort, the sophisticated control, and the sheer power of this vehicle are as close as your nearest Nissan dealer, where a special allocation of Maximas is now in stock. But hurry, because at these year-end prices, they could move even faster out of the showroom than they do out on the road.
Usually, when flying for the company, you have to book a coach ticket, which means you sit here and coach, because that's their corporate travel policy. With Eastern's new corporate rates, you book a coach ticket, pay a coach price, and fly in first class. This is our corporate travel policy, and we think it's going to be pretty popular. That's why we doubled the size of our first-class cabins. Eastern's corporate rates, the first-class seat you've always wanted for the coach ticket you've always had.
I want to thank all you mamas who don't tell their children just how deadly crack is. You think they're too young or don't have the money. Huh, my customers are getting younger every day and will lie, cheat, and steal to get more. So thanks for not telling Junior about guys like me. I love getting first crack at them.
Frank Herzog's expanded Redskins coverage on News 7 Sports Sunday.
The following is a special presentation of ABC Sports.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to our ABC studios in New York. I'm Roger Twyble. A couple of really good football games coming your way here on ABC in just a moment or two. Top-ranked Michigan taking on arch-rival Michigan State. And some of you will see Southern Cal at Stanford. Let's get you caught up on a couple of scores right now. Second-ranked Virginia, the final is in now. They have beaten North Carolina State. Sean Moore, 3 touchdown passes, and he ran for 1 as Virginia moves to 6-0. Georgia Tech has held on. They have beaten Clemson. Gardocki tried a 61-yard field goal for the Tigers. With less than a minute to go, it didn't work. The Tech defense allowed their first touchdown of the year after 19 quarters. Georgia Tech and Virginia meet on November 3rd at Virginia. That could decide the ACC. And Notre Dame back on track this week at home against Air Force. They lead at 36-14. Ismail has caught 5 passes, a career-high 136 yards, and 1 touchdown. Coming up on the Prudential Halftime Report, one more look at Colorado, Missouri. Could have Colorado forfeited that game if they wanted to. We'll tell you about that, all the scores and highlights. Right now, enjoy your college football here on ABC.
Well, for Spartans everywhere, this is the game because it's fueled by such animosity. They look down their nose at us, and we despise them for their arrogance.
We're going to take those green monsters and make midgets out of them. This is a game we've been looking for all year.
I don't believe anybody would beat the University of Michigan. Only colors are green and white.
We've won F with them, and we want to beat them.
Michigan being ranked #1, I think, says it all.
Ann Arbor's going to be rocking.
We got to play our greatest football game and probably our most physical football game this week.
This should be a very, very physical game because there's a lot of beef out there.
Pride.
Bragging rights.
Contact.
Intense.
Big Ten championship.
That's the kind of game this should be.
As you look at the day, you could form the opinion the weather god is indeed a football fan. It is the brightest, warmest day of the week. And more than 100,000 people have gathered at Michigan Stadium in Ann Arbor for the annual ruckus between the Michigan State Spartans and the Michigan Wolverines. In the polls this week, lost their opener
opener to Notre Dame beat UCLA, Maryland, and Wisconsin handily. Coach Gary Moeller, first season having succeeded Bo Schembechler. He said earlier this week, I'd be the happiest guy in the world if it was January 2nd. Well, Bob Greasy, here we go with a fist fight, a knuckle buster. I mean, it's just get down and let it rip.
Like Big Ten football is all about, right?
Right.
The thing that I'm impressed with about Michigan is that they've changed coaches. Bo Schembechler is out, Gary Moeller is in, but they continue to do the same things, and that is to win. The continuity is there. They didn't go out and hire somebody else. The players are the same. The coaches are the same. The terminology is the same, and the philosophy is the same. Moeller believes in the same thing that Bo did, and that is defense first, running game second, and special teams.
Let's stay with the word continuity for just a moment as Michigan State now gets ready to come out. I'll get back to it. Right now, let's get the Spartans in the house with a record of 1-2-1. George Perlis in his 8th season up at East Lansing, and he has not gotten off to the kind of a start this year he wanted. 47-35-4. But historically, Michigan State has had trouble getting going. The first half of the season under George has been a slow time. But let's go back to Michigan and back to continuity now. Losing Steve Everett, the center, move Elliott over to guard, move a new guy in at Elliott's position. It doesn't take much to disrupt the unity of an offensive
Well,
front.
Everett, the center, is out with an injury, and that makes some shifting around in the center of the lineup. Normally, it would be tough in normal circumstances, but today, playing the stunt 4-3 defense that Michigan State likes to use, it's going to be doubly tough because the center is the most valuable player in that scheme of blocking the stunt 4-3.
Well, it figures, as we look at the season record, to be a series record that these two teams have been playing a long time, going all the way back to when it was Michigan Agricultural College. But during the time of Perlis, it hasn't been that wide apart. It's been fairly close, many of the games. So you can see last year up at East Lansing, Michigan State had them and just couldn't quite knock it in for the clincher. Well, up at the corner of Stadium and Main, not too far from where we're sitting, there is another gentleman that conducts his own symphony on days like this when these huge crowds come to Michigan Stadium. He's a police officer with the Ann Arbor Police Department. His name is Mike Van Dam. This is how he does it.
Okay, we want you to cross any direction because we don't want you Spartan fans to get confused. We understand you screw the whole thing up. So we let you go. The stadium's over here, folks. The stadium's over here. You folks agree. Go blue.
There is an easier way to fix your car. Get a Civic 4-door from Honda.
This is not what you want in a shave. Now you've got the edge. This is the shave with 6 rich lubricants. This is the shave that reduces irritation. This is the shave. For less irritation, you've got the edge.
ABC's College Football. Brought to you by Honda, maker of fine quality automobiles. Test drive a Honda at your local dealer today. By UPS, for guaranteed overnight delivery from coast to coast. UPS runs the tightest ship in the shipping business. By United Airlines, serving over 200 cities in the U.S. and around the world. Come fly the friendly skies. And by Schick Slim Twin Plus with Aloe. It reaches every place on every sensitive face.
This is the 94th consecutive crowd of 100,000 plus at Michigan Stadium. At 11 o'clock this morning, it was empty. Now, with a little electronic wizardry, let's fill it up. And at about 3:40, we are ready to play football. Let's check in with Jackaroo.
Keith, you know this interstate rivalry involves all of the people, not only in East Lansing, but in Ann Arbor and all over Michigan. We went up to East Lansing to the bookstore and purchased some bumper stickers that they run on their cars. You call it maize, we call it corn. Michigan State, the University of Michigan. Come down to Ann Arbor in the bookstore and you see no Spartans or beat moo you in reference to the agricultural background of Michigan State. But the largest and best-selling t-shirt on the Ann Arbor campus this week, this one. Michigan, #1 versus Michigan State, no one. Let's go back upstairs to you.
You get to keep those? Strengths and weaknesses, Bob.
Well, for Michigan, who's going to have the ball first, it's their offensive line. It is huge. They're averaging 304 rushing yards per game. Defensively for Michigan State, it's that front 7. Stunt 4-3. They led the Big Ten in stopping the run the last 4 years. A great confrontation this afternoon.
For the Michigan return, you'll see #1, Derek Alexander. He's on the right-hand side there. And Desmond Howard, #21. They are pretty good. You can see they're 1 and 2 in the Big Ten and ranked well up among the national leaders. John Langlow, who probably will set a new scoring record for a career at Michigan State before this day is done, kicks it off and rolls it down the field and rolls it out of bounds, and that'll cost him 5, and that is not the way George Perlis wants this day to begin, because Michigan State slept through a goodly portion of the game last week, and then all of a sudden they found themselves trapped by Hayden Fry on the Iowa Hawkeyes.
He just mishit that ball, Keith. He's got the wind at his back, and now he's conferring with the sideline whether he wants to keep it. Obviously, Alexander, as we showed you on the graphic, Alexander and Howard both are very good return people, so maybe he was intentionally trying to squib that ball.
Yeah, but you don't squib kick it to the sideline.
Not out of bounds.
So now they'll back it up to the 30 and try it again.
Well, if you squib that one intentionally, you certainly don't kick this one deep.
No.
You squib it again.
Langlow didn't have a good day last Saturday either. Yep, he nails it down the middle, but it's low and bouncing, and it's handled cleanly back at just inside the 10 by Desmond Howard, and Howard almost got around the corner. Good pursuit by one of the Spartans, kept him from popping it loose and going for a long way. Corey Pryor. The quarterback for Michigan is a sophomore, big fella, 6'5", 218, Elvis Gerbach. The rest of the people behind him will line up this way. Bunch the fullback, Vaughn the tailback, and the wideouts will be the same 2 deep men on the kickoff, Alexander and Howard. Bunch is the big man. Jared steps in there at 245. John Vaughn is a sophomore, 200-pounder from Florissant, Missouri. And on first down, Gerbach swings it out to Vaughn. Get him out there one-on-one. He's very quick and shifty. He picks up 9 yards. So the gain is from just beyond the 33, up close to the 43. Diebold, Dorr, look at the size of these people. Doring, Dingman, Elliott, Kokozo, and Skrepanak. Skrepanak being the giant of the group. But it's Elliott we'll watch today as he's moved over from a guard to play center, replacing Everett. And it's second down and a short 1 for Michigan. And contact along the front. Bobby Wilson initiating the contact, but somebody may have moved up along the front for Michigan. John Nealon is the referee, and John signals offside Michigan State. So Bobby Wilson, the big 280-pounder, got caught.
First down.
Both teams are big, huge. I mean, that's not much difference between the offensive fronts at all, really.
Michigan averages a little over 290 pounds per man. Michigan State is just under 290.
On first down, this is Vaughn. You see the quickness of Vaughn? He put on the brakes, changed direction, shifted gears, and turned nothing into something. Ike Bonello, the tackle for Michigan State. The defense for Michigan State, the big people down are Cliff Convert, 260, Wilson, 280, Reese, 240, and Johnson at 290. The linebackers are Edwards and Jenkins outside, with Chuck Bullock playing that inside position. Very, very important because of the twist, the stunt to 4-3 that Michigan State played. Michigan going with no huddle. The pass is thrown outside to Derek Alexander, a sophomore out of Detroit. He's a yard and a half or so short of the markers. So going with the no-huddle offense, which the Cincinnati Bengals are doing in the NFL, and that's the one that's been publicized the most, doesn't mean they're going quick, quick, quick. It's not a 2-minute drill. It just means if they're able to control the flow of defensive personnel on the other side of the ball.
And they even substitute, as you saw right then. Allen Jefferson came into the ball game. It just changes the tempo a little bit. It's tough to practice against if you're the defense.
It's 3rd down and 2 for the Wolverines. The ball is on the Spartan side of the field, and Vaughn breaks it for the first down all the way down to the 33-yard line. Vaughn is the big surprise of the Big Ten this year.
Well, he's behind that huge offensive line. There you see the no-huddle. As soon as the play is over with, the offensive linemen just go to the line of scrimmage. Bowler will signal the plays in. You know, the offensive linemen love it because they don't have to go back 10 yards to huddle and then go back to the other 10 to get up to the line of scrimmage. So saves them some walking.
Single back, double wide, bottom of the picture. Germack gets some heat, gets his pass away, and it is dropped by Derek Alexander. And Alexander wasn't listening to hoof beats. He just dropped it because there's nobody near him.
Gerbach saw the blitz coming. That's the first time that Michigan State had used the blitz today in trying to stop Gary Moeller's offense from moving down the field. Oftentimes you'll see a defense do that. Here's what it looks like in the trenches. Michigan State is about 25 pounds per man lighter than Michigan's offensive line.
Vaughn blowing over the left side. That's a helmet rolling around, not the football. Vaughn had it tucked away, and he is close to another first down. One of the Spartans lost his hat. Number 96, Bill Johnson.
That's a huge hat, too, at size 18.
That's right.
Take a look from behind the offense. The offensive line blocking. Dingman is 78. Bunch gets a stalemate, the fullback, with Bulla, number 41. That's the key matchup we talked about, that offensive, big offensive line against the front seven, who has led the Big Ten against the run the last 4 years.
What do you bet old Big Bill went over to one of the fellas in a striped shirt and said, "You think they ain't holding?"
He pulled my
hat. On 3rd down and short, they got the first down. Right on the Michigan State 20-yard line. Vaughn pops in there with some authority at 5'11", 200 pounds.
He's had two 200-yard rushing games in the first 4 games of this season. He is the beneficiary of that big, huge offensive line.
Now they've got the wideouts on each side of the ball. And on first down from the 20, Gerbach gives it to Vaughn. Vaughn cuts it right and then skitters back to the left and picks up 5 yards.
Take a look at some of the offensive line play. At 73 is Doring, 78 is Dingman. He's a preseason All-American. Everybody's pushing their people around. That's why even there was no hole there. Pretty good defense, but you get pushed back so much that Vaughn can still leap over for 3 or 4 yards.
Bumps it, throws it to the corner.
The corner. The back is going to run a quick out and then up. Watch the corner as he settles, stops his back pedal. He reads short pattern, Pretty good coverage, though. You don't expect this down this close. And that was close as far as keeping 1 foot in bounds, but good execution.
The extra point try for J.D. Carlson out of Ken Solom's hold. Eric Trupp to snap it. Too much time. Back him up. 11:02 remaining to play in the first quarter. I had my glasses on him when he went into the deep corner, and the official was right there looking at him. And he just dragged his toes.
Dead ball. Delay of game. Still 1 try.
But I don't know what in the world Haller could have done with it.
Well, he played it as well as he possibly could. The ball was thrown as good as you want to throw it. It had to be good.
Now Carlson from the 15-yard line for the extra point. Got it. I think J.D.'s hot today. He warmed up before the ball game with a couple of 65-yarders.
You could call one company to take your package to an address across town. And you could find somebody to take your package to any address cross-country. Then you could call a third outfit that could take your package overseas. And yet another that could take your package overnight. But there's only one company you could call if you only wanted to make one call.
On a night like this, you'll be grateful for a safety feature found in almost every Chrysler car you rent from Thrifty. A safety feature Thrifty hopes you'll never see. It's an airbag. That's right, an airbag. In about half the time it takes to blink your eye, this airbag can inflate and save your life. At Thrifty, we take safety as seriously as savings. Thrifty, because it's your money.
Whenever my brother Tom and his friends had to decide what game to watch on TV, it was a toss-up.
Heads or tails? Heads.
Then Tom got smart.
Very smart!
He got this Magnavox TV with a built-in smart window, so Killer could watch football on the main screen.
Without getting mad when Stork and I check out basketball on the smart window.
You might say Magnavox saved your friendship, Tom.
You could actually say it saved my life.
Magnavox. Smart choice. Very smart.
The Big Ten race heats up when Michigan State invades Illinois to meet running back Howard Griffith on the Fighting Illini. It's ABC's college football next Saturday.
Here's a look at one that is close with a cigar.
Alexander's go back and take a look at the touchdown. In the far corner, his knee hits just before he goes out of bounds. And the reaction of Elvis Gerbach
didn't make it.
yeah.
Or it was so close.
Yeah.
J.D. Carlson hammers it. High hanger Brian Winters has it for Michigan State. Wiggles around pretty well and gets on up to the 24-yard line for Brian Winters, a freshman from Toledo, Ohio. That's what happened in the very authoritative drive by Michigan for the opening touchdown of the ball game.
Michigan State offensively, the strength is in their tailbacks, both Duckett and Hickson. The first 4 games, they've combined for an average of 190 yards per game. And for Michigan, a little weakness in their linebacking core. They're starting a true freshman at inside linebacker. They've had some inconsistencies in the linebackers.
Got some people dinged up. Alex Marshall has got to really play this season. Pico Duckett down for a yard. That's all he got. And Mike Evans stepped in and belted it. The offensive unit now for Michigan State will be the senior quarterback Dan Enos, 6'1", 195 from Dearborn. Lining up behind him, starting, it'll be Pico Duckett, 185-pound sophomore tailback. The fullback is Rob Roy, primarily a blocker but a good receiver. The wideouts, James Bradley and Brian Spolinski. Remember, Courtney Hawkins is hurt, dislocated, actually a broken collarbone. Enos gives to Duckett, bounces outside, and gets up to the 30-yard line. The offensive front for Michigan State, and look at the size of them, they're big enough. The biggest man, of course, is Moten. Eric is at an even 300. They don't have the 322 like Skripanak, but overall, that's big enough to move your wagon.
The 5 offensive linemen average 288 pounds, and as you saw the tight end Young there, he weighs 260. That's a little bit more than your pass-catching tight ends normally weigh. They don't throw the ball to him very often.
It is third down. Long 3, close to 4, as Enos is back for his first pass of the day. Drills it, and it is caught by Duckett out of the backfield, the tailback, for a first down. Defensively, Michigan offers Evans, Osmond, and Hutchinson as the 3 down people. The backers, and this is what Bob was talking about, with a true freshman being Steve Morrison out of Birmingham, Michigan. Secondary, however, is one of the best in the country. Todd Plate alternates, plays a lot with Lance Doughton at that cornerback position. But that's really a good defensive secondary. Michigan State staying with the ground game. That reflects the personality of their head coach, George Perlis, and Tico Duckett. Starting to get warmed up now. Bangs in there and gets about 3.
Here's a look at Steve Morrison, the true freshman, starting at inside linebacker in place of John Milligan. Milligan was a 5th-year senior, and this young man has been on campus about 2 months.
Milligan out with a broken foot. Hyland Hickson in the ball game now at 220 pounds at tailback, number 30. Completed to Brian Smolinski, the 5th-year senior from Farmington Hills. And he's past the marker for a first down at the 49. Jim Walden, Iowa State, you just saw their score there. He solved all this hassle over the locker room business. He threw everybody out.
Ohio State, Indiana, tied. Yep, final.
Wisconsin's given Iowa the business today, too. Ole Miss pounced on Georgia. Hickson and Duckett are both in the ball game now. Both tailbacks. And they give it to Duckett. And that's a slashing run. Good for almost a first down. Not quite. It's going to be a yard shy. But if he doesn't get a trip as he made his cut through the hole, he might still be running.
Perlis' style is tough and physical. He just wants to take some time off the clock, really wants to be conservative, especially with the loss of Courtney Hawkins. He doesn't have all of his offensive weapons.
Well, they had him last year at East Lansing. They just didn't convert on 4th down. Trip Welburn made the great play. He made the big hit to keep him out of the end zone. And I'm not sure they made their first down there, as Hyland Hickson, the big back, 220 pounds of him, tried to reach in and pick off the first down.
That's David Key right there. He is a cornerback. Always goes to the short side of the field. He will be blitzing some today, and that time he was. It was a running play, and he got in on part of the tackle.
Hickson leaves the game now, and they did not make it. They're looking at 3rd down. This is Duckett. He's got it now. And then some. First down at the Michigan 22. And they are finding room in the middle. Between the tackles.
We talked about the strength and weaknesses. 36 is Morrison, the true freshman, runs himself out, and the strength for Michigan State was their tailback position, and Duckett gaining some valuable yardage and picking up a big first down.
Ball is marked inside the 22. First down for the Spartans. James Bradley is the wide man, top of the picture. Left side of the Michigan State line left a little early, I think. Looked like somebody up at the top of the picture, possibly Heaton, left a little soon. Yep. Here's Jackaroo.
Keith, you know, you're talking about 3 foot injuries here at Michigan on the University of Michigan team. Their turf is very, very hard. They call it a hard turf. There's very little grain to it at all. Here's what some of the teams are doing, namely Michigan. They're introducing basketball shoes to players that have had problems with their knees or with foot problems. These are normal basketball shoes, and that's what they're using. The added cost to the operation, $28,000.
One of these days, they're going to plow this stuff up, plant some grass
That's
here.
what I was thinking. They probably won't be needing that next year because if what we hear is correct, the likelihood is they'll have real grass here next year.
Sebastian Small is in the game. Enos is back to throw it. Passes away. Pass is caught by Tony Rollins.